Jazz knife. Careful, chat. I think she might be onto us.
What's up, chat? Hello! I'm not ready yet! You're hype training! I said no AFK hype training. Alistair, Sparkrester, thank you for the bits. And also Silentre. Just getting ready for stream this morning. Yeah, I absolutely was dressed just like that. I see some sub points too. What happened? Cody's here. Hi, Cody. Oh my gosh, Cody.
Chenga, 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 choo choo.
Choo choo? What just happened? Thank you so much, Cody, for the tier 3 sub for 53 months. I'm glad that you're feeling well enough to be here and chat with us. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, I'm so behind. I'm so behind this morning. You're sitting on your PC chair for the first time in a week? Might as well have the stream running. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Why did the train randomly, like, choo-choo? Why did it do that? Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Oh, my camera's not on? Okay. This should be working, all right? I have my camera through a weird source today. Let's see how it looks. Hello? Is this the right way? Does my camera normally face this way? Is it normally this big? I feel like I'm extra big today. I'm gonna shrink myself a little bit. Shrink. I'm still a little bit stuffy. Enhance. And I'm out of tea. I have 2 types of tea with me today. And I'm out of one of them. Maybe I'm extra fluffy. Are you saying what are you trying to say? Chad, thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate your resubs. Thank you for the bits. I think it's gonna leave. Oops, I just moved something. It's about to leave the station though. Or yes, it's about to leave the station. It's now or never. Get your tickets or not. But thank you also for being here already. Hi, Flamethrower. Hi, Sparkervester. Hello, Silendre. Hi, Alana. We're playing Wildermyth with Alana today. Thought Admiral, hello. Hi, Cody. Jolly, hello. Hi, Rob. Hi, Trey. Welcome in. My hair looks super cool today. This is just like my hair out of the shower. It's just one of those mornings. Ugh, I'm still really stuffy. I thought that I was over the cold. I thought I was over it, but I'm not over it. Cool story, right? I thought today was gonna be like Monday and finally over the cold. No. This cold has been plaguing me for 9 days now. 9! Also, yes, it's me. Hello. I also want second weekend. Me too. Me too. Me 3, me 4. I want second weekend. But we have Wildermyth to play today. I also have like chocolate tea. Chocolate tea. I made it in a big cup so it lasted extra long. You need a weekend to recover from the weekend. I know, right, Rob? Me too. Me too. I also need a weekend to recover from the weekend because Saturday, you know what I did? Nothing. I pretty much laid on my couch all day, trying to recover from being sick again. And then yesterday I was more productive, but I ended up getting like this really, really mean headache. Like midday, and it just got worse and worse and worse throughout the day. Until the point where I just had to take a NyQuil and go to sleep. Which, by the way, can I just tell you all about how NyQuil solves all of my sleeping problems? I sleep great when I take NyQuil. Which is not a solution, but perhaps a hint to my sleeping problems. You're tired and want a weekend off, so you think you'll do your taxes during the week. Speaking of taxes, I had this idea, like this plan in my head, like, okay, on Wednesday, I'm finally gonna have another admin day where I can finish setting up my computer, and that's all I can focus on the whole day is just get my computer set up and get it stream ready for Thursday. And then Silente was like, oh, I got all my tax stuff, so can you do your taxes as soon as possible, like within the next 2 weeks, please? And meanwhile, I'm over here like doing calculations, like time calculations. This is gonna take me like 20 hours to do my taxes, and 2 weeks? Like, that means my admin days are gonna be spent doing taxes instead! But I really gotta get this other computer set up, so maybe I'll try and do both. I have 2 weeks, right? So I can spend Wednesday setting up my PC, and then taxes later. I don't think I'm gonna have enough executive function to do both of those things in one day, let's be honest. It's taken me a lot of working up to just getting this computer done in the first place. You want to get your taxes done as soon as possible for reasons. I don't even want to do my taxes at all. How about that? They say, you know, the best way to protest something is to not spend your money on it. So can I protest my government by not paying taxes? I believe that's called tax evasion, and it's a jailable offense. I think I would have to still pay taxes. But don't think it hasn't crossed my mind. Tax evasion. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. But like, I have thought about that, right? Like, what if I want to boycott my own government? The best way to do so would to not be to give them money, right? That's what they say. If you want to boycott something, don't spend your money on it. It doesn't apply. In this case, hi mom, welcome in. You and you skillfully evade your taxes legally. Skillfully evading taxes legally. Well, don't talk about that here. We are not tax professionals. We don't want to spread misinformation. Hi, Alana. Yes, I'm gonna pay my taxes. Don't worry. I can try, but they might retaliate. I think so. Yeah, unfortunately. Hi, Captain Vortis. Typing from your jail cell for tax evasion. Yeah, this is not a good idea. I'm just telling you about the bad ideas that I've been having, so that way you all can choose to not listen to me and, you know. What are they gonna do, tax you more? Maybe, probably send you to jail. We don't spread misinformation, we just have alternative facts. Hi, Lilgoth. I don't even want to joke about that, though. I don't even want to joke about that. Hi, Douglas. Good morning. No thanks, I choose life. Yep, exactly. Or they take everything you own. Yeah, exactly. This is why we're gonna pay our taxes, okay? Your ear started ringing? That means incoming migraine. Not the person who ruined a triple emote pyramid. The triple emote pyramid hadn't even started yet. Okay, so for reference, I don't know when this started, but in Discord, general chat is like 50% people trying to make pyramids. Like, you know what an emote pyramid is? Like when you say like Jez, yay, and then you go Jez, yay, Jez, yay. This is really hard to do just by like typing the emote code. Jez, yay. Jez, yay. I can't even type the emote codes fast enough to make a pyramid. and then you go out, and then you come back in. And for some reason, this has become like, I don't know, 50% of what gets talked about in general chat in Discord. Like, maybe I should just make you all a pyramid channel in Discord. And see how you all like it. Almost. Ruined by the bot, in fact. Ruined by the bot. It won't let you line break. Oh, were you trying to make a pyramid and send it? If there was a pyramid channel, you bet nobody would use it. Probably not. Hi, Commander Red. Welcome in. Building a pyramid in general chat, in Discord. Yeah, it's just like what everyone does nowadays. I don't know. The pyramid goes in general. I don't know how it started. I don't know why. That's everyone checking in. Yeah, like no one has anything to say except I'm still here. Have an emote. It's pretty simple. How did we get talking about this? Oh, right, because Little Goth accused me of ruining a triple emote pyramid. Well, usually getting one pyramid finished, I feel like we do it like 50% of the time. Because usually there's somebody who just ruins it for fun. But this weekend we got a double pyramid. 2 pyramids back to back. We got a full pyramid and another full pyramid. And then I used the opportunity to say words because sometimes I want to say stuff, but I can't because there's an ongoing pyramid. Like I have things that I want to tell you all, but there's an ongoing pyramid, so I can't. So I used that as an opportunity to say something, and then now I'm being accused of ruining a triple pyramid. Yeah, hop in the Discord. Join the pyramids. Why not? And then you can also get live alerts and things. I post those. I post them around the time I'm supposed to start, and then, you know, I'm usually late. But I post now to tell you all that I'm going to be late. That way you can be ahead of me. By the way, here's our other new MagFest hoodie. This one just says MAG. And then it has stuff on the side, which might just be nerd language. I'm not sure. What language is this? Is this the dark language? I don't know. But it also has thumb holes. Love it. Most Discords are like, join us, we have cookies. We're in Justice Discord. We have pyramids. To be honest, I haven't seen another Discord that does pyramids like on a near daily basis. However, I pretty much only really chat in my own Discord. I have so many Discords now that I can't keep track of any of the Discords, including my own. It's like, it's kind of a problem. We do have cookies though. Yeah, Magfest. It's my other new Magfest hoodie. This one was supposed to be Celentre's hoodie, but then he took my hoodie, so now I took this one, I guess. It has thumb holes and I like them. So, yeah, we are starting some Wildermyth co-op in like, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. Goodness gracious. Things come with thumb holes now. It's only been the Magfest hoodies that come with thumb holes. Only these two. I have the one that I wore all last year. That one came with thumb holes, and then this one, also thumb holes. I'm going to enter into studio mode so that I can change a source real quick. Apparently I didn't need to do that. Never mind. I didn't have to make them. No. Today, also, I was looking at my Twitch dashboard and discovered that we have... Today, in fact, is the lowest sub count this channel has had in a long time. I don't know why I'm saying that like it's a good thing. I'm just excited for the day. So, yay for the lowest sub count we've had in a really long time. BF made noms. Now you try to eat it. Good luck, Cody. Good luck. I'm glad that you're feeling up to be on the computer. And it can only go up? I don't think that's true. I think it can only go down. Well, I suppose it could go either way. Or do you mean for you it can only go up? I'm glad that you're feeling up to eat, because hopefully it only goes up for you. Both. I hope that, you know, that my cold goes away soon. I'm ready to be over this cold. I'm ready. Having a cold is stinky.
My vassal! More my vassal! My vassal! Everybody's my vassal!
Commander Red, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Don't do that, silly. Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs to Little Psycho Panda and the Wolfshires, Mr. Chase, Item, Henwed, Andy McFly, Dear Gwen, Dark Vector, Timahoo, and Jabberwocky. Jabberwookie! You're ready to remember how to breathe through your nose again. Getting there. I'm getting there. I was breathing through my nose yesterday, but then this morning I woke up and I'm all like stuffy again. I even took a shower. I smell it. Yeah, I sounded much clearer during that sound effect than I do now. I don't smell it. Maybe my severe headache yesterday was related to the fact that my head is all stuffy. Like, my brain feels like someone stuffed a cloud in it. A cloud of fog. A fog cloud. And, oh, my temples are really sore. Oh, this hurts so good. It hurts. No, it just hurts really bad. Do I smell it? No, I just said I don't smell it. I'm trying to smell those gift subs. It's not working. Thank you, Commander Red. I appreciate the support. Now we are 10 sub points farther from our lowest sub count in a while. Do I smell what the rock is cooking? No, because it's rolling? Maybe? Alright, we're in studio mode once again because I need to add a source. Whoosh, yeah. It definitely whooshed. But I was trying to put a good joke in that instead. So, we being the streamers of this co-op stream have decided to use a different camera source this time, or like a different camera setup to make the whole process of setting up our co-stream easier. And I am spying on the other streamers. Oh, to be fair, they're probably spying on me. Hi, other streamers! Hi, Juice! I don't think you can see me. You think that was what I was for? I have all their cameras, so I can see what they're doing behind the scenes. Is Juice online? Is Alana online? I know what they're doing offline. Their cameras are on, and I have their camera sources. Like a creep. It's okay, they have mine. However, I'm live, so not so creepy if you ask me. You don't see Alana yet? Yeah, let's make sure that we open everybody's channels, okay? Because here's the thing. Although we have shared chat, and now shared viewership, that shared viewership does not count towards our individual stats. So even though when you watch a shared stream, a shared chat, shared viewership stream, it says our viewership is combined, it's kind of a lie.
Only 4 months to go.
Only 4 months to go until 69 months, and then you have to unsub forever. Nello, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub.
Paving the way
Better with
While Ilana Arama is offline, check out So Ever Dream. We were just restreaming So Ever Dream's audio. I was really confused, like, who's talking to me? Thank you for the 65 months of support, Nalo. I really appreciate it. I hope that you are doing great today. Juice is live. Be like this? Hi, Torrent. And hello, Nalo. The Rock was a wrestler in 1996. Okay, but what does that mean? Smell what the Rock is cooking. Is that like something that he used to say? In 4 months' time, he created a new account and wait 5 and 3.75 of a year. 5 and 3/4 years. A whole new account. Nalevant 2. You're having some tech issues? Alright, no worries, Alana. We're just gonna chat. I could do this all day. Except probably not because I have a lot of nasal congestion. I took a Dayquil and it's the last Dayquil. The last one. So after this, I'm on my own. Oh, speaking of! Hi, Simto! It was a catchphrase when he wrestled. Chat, we have a new... okay. Here, I'll demonstrate. We have a new command for me and Mods to use. There. That's how it works, right? The Last Dayquil, the upcoming movie. So, I've just reminded myself to talk about the thing. So, yeah. When I have been taking Dayquil... Alright. Remind Jess to remember the reminder. Hi, Vin! Hi, Marthimples, welcome in. For colds, it's hot toddies for the win. I don't know that I've ever had a hot toddy. How goes the allergy / cold? It's a cold, and it's getting better, but I'm still not 100% for sure. What I was trying to tell you all is that I've been sleeping very well taking NyQuil. So I think that this remind JSOG to remind Jess to remember the reminder. Alright. There. The secrets to my sleeping woes might actually be found in Dayquil. Sorry, NyQuil. The cocktail of drugs that exists in NyQuil might be the answer. So I'm not really sure, like, is it the antihistamine? Is it the decongestant? Like, what is it that's helping me sleep so much? But I've been sleeping great. I've had a week of sleep scores that are just like as high as they've been for me in ages. NyQuil's great. I know. So like, what can I do that does not include an addiction to NyQuil to help me sleep, like when I take NyQuil, because it's amazing. If you drink enough, you can meet aliens. You're back from the black hole void. Might have met some Tyranids on the way. You have a good gut feeling about them. Okay, speaking of The Rock. The Rock was a catchphrase, and he would roll the L. What was the reference? What's cooking? You smell what The Rock is cooking. I see. Okay, but I only realized like a month ago that The Rock was a wrestler back in the day. The remind me is in seconds, yeah. I don't even remember what the reminder was about. Can you use the cold to cast a frost spell in Wildermyth? I don't know. Talking about remind me. Oh, right. So Alistair made a new command for me. I missed the reminder? I did miss the reminder. You're right, I did. It's because of the Ko-Fi stream bot ping. There's too many pings in chat. Is there a D-mind me? I don't think so. But now I have a command to help me remind myself about things. Courtesy of Alistair. And mods can help remind me too. I always forget that I live under a rock and have no experience with pop culture. That is not true. I have been learning about stuff, and I was watching Gilmore Girls again last night. I'm slowly making my way through that show. Very, very slowly making my way through it. And the number of references that I've been catching have gone up. I've been in media school. Yeah. I have been. And I don't know if you ever watched Gilmore Girls before, but it's one of those shows that has like woo 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 references, like back to back to back to back to back to back to back pop culture references. And still most of them go over my head, but I have been catching a few. And this is an improvement. Alistair's so smart. I know, Alistair makes all the cool, helpful things. You're sticking with hot toddy, whiskey, honey, lemon, and hot water. Oh, whiskey. Yeah, whiskey's gross. I liked whiskey until that time I had too much of it, and then I puked a bunch, and now whiskey just tastes like vomit. It smells like vomit, too. So I think, what's this doing up here? The Gilmore Girls reboot was interesting. That's on the list, too. Once I get through Gilmore Girls for the first time. I watched Gilmore Girls, like, way back in the day. I watched everything but the last episode. I just didn't want to watch the last episode. I have no idea how it ended. The show is weird, though. It's a strange show. NyQuil has doxylamine. Doxylamine. Which is an antihistamine and sometimes sold as a sleep aid. Yeah, I think that's what's doing it for me. TBH. Alright, let me make sure my co-stream is set up. It's not. It was really funny seeing a scene of 3 streamers who are all doing their own thing, completely separate, but their cams just like side by side by side, and just filled with gesticulation and whatever else streamers do while streaming. Whiskey is the best legal poison. It tastes and smells horrible. I used to like it, okay? Don't get me wrong. I used to. But then, that one night happened. You could feed the reminder through a TTS effect. Chaos. You tried rewatching Gilmore Girls, but the pop culture references are too old for you to remember. That's a lot of it, too. Yeah, a lot of the pop culture references are old. But considering I am watching older media and things, like I'm getting it. It feels different than the original show, but there's a convincing fan theory to explain it, but spoilers. Yes, no spoils. Try brandy or dark spiced rum. Perhaps I might. Streaming alone together. Oh yeah, speaking of, so even though now the real reminder. What was the reminder for? See, we have to put like a lot of context into these reminders so that way I can remember what I was supposed to remember in the first place. This went so far as to distract me, and that was about it. What was I just talking about? Oh, so even though we have shared chat and we have shared viewership, it's sneaky. Our viewership is still independent on the back end. So when the co-stream is over and Twitch splits your stats up, the viewership for each individual streamer is dependent on who was in that channel at the time. So basically what I'm saying is, even though there's now shared chat and shared viewership, you should open all 3 streams. make sure that everybody in this collaboration gets the data that they deserve. I definitely just said day with a D, but the data they deserve. It's not shared viewership if they ignored it. So it's shared viewership when you are live. Links, you can get the links from under the video player. In my title, I have like an @Alana and @Justice. You can get the links there, but also I can just do this. And Juice is not in my channel, so I can't @him. There's just a split that's lying about what they consider to be true. So the purpose of the shared viewership, the way that it has been explained, it's not meant to reflect on the analytics side. However, it's meant to help make collaborations more accessible, as in when you collaborate with others, your viewership is compiled and therefore like you should move up in the lists. Like your streams together should stand higher in like your follow list and your streamer lists. When you're in the categories, like your stream should be compiled together, like because it's a collaboration, right? So like you're more discoverable together. But yeah, once the stream is over, it does delineate like whose viewers were whose. So basically, for everybody's sake, you should open up 3 tabs. Mine, of course, and then also Alana's and Juice's. Followed and burning points. Burning points and follows. Just figuring out what's happening. You downloaded 16 gigs of RAM. Is that enough for 3 Chrome tabs? I sure hope so. Oh my gosh, Juice has a golden Kappa hype train happening right now. I'm gonna cheer 100 bits. How do I cheer 100 bits? Nice. Now I have a golden Kappa. Soon. Yeah, Juice has a golden Kappa hype train happening. How was your weekend, chat? I'm not sure. I'm asking you about this, but I'm also not sure when this collaboration is going to begin. Okay, everybody's hype training but me. Everybody's hype training. Juice has a hype train, Alana has a hype train. Why don't we have a hype train? I'll tell you why. It's on cooldown. I should go AFK so you can hype train. I don't have to be AFK for you to hype train. Hi, Chromophyte. Hello. Apart from being sick, my weekend was okay. I was sick on Saturday. I went live too early. I just wanted to make sure that we had some time to talk, of course. You know me. You know me. Or too late. True. If I had gone live at the time I was supposed to, the hype train would be off cooldown. Imagine that. But yeah, on Saturday I was still sick. I was still overcoming the illness, and then yesterday I was a bit more motivated. I did some packing. Just like very minimal packing, but I guess not. We took apart two of our Lego sets. We took apart the museum and the wave. and we put them in bags into a big bag. Not like one big massive bag, but you know, like a lot of Lego pieces and a lot of bags. Because we decided this is the best way to transport the Legos, was to disassemble the Legos. So that's pretty exciting. I get to rebuild all my Lego sets. We haven't taken apart Rivendell yet because it's Rivendell and it's a lot of work. But I never got around to putting the lights on it. Lego, not Legos. But this is like mini bags of Lego. So they're for Legos. Bag of Legos. Bags of Lego. There you go. Does that make you happier? So we're gonna take Rivendell apart, and then when eventually I put it back together, I can use it as an opportunity to finally put the lights in, which I'm very excited about. I just never did the lights. Ugh, man, I am over being sick. Hi, Ronan, welcome in. Welcome in. What is happening? Hi, Weezer! Did the raid thingamajig work? No.
Jess, hi.
Jess, hi. Hello, Weezer. Thank you so much for the 71 months. Wait, did we just skip right over 70? Didn't you just have a 69-month resub? What happened to 70? Thank you for the 71 months of support. That's absolutely incredible. Astronaut. I appreciate you, friend. Hi, Guppy. Happy Wildermyth. Ooh, that's a cool name. Wildermyth. I like it. Boop. One day I'll make new alerts, I promise. Boop. I did not. I don't. No. No. I don't think the raid worked. But I appreciate you attempting to raid yourself over. Can't interrupt this, but hi. Hello. Or should I say, hello moon, hello stars. It was just you? No, single viewer raid should work. Oh, hello moon, hello sun, my bad. Loot alert. Wave if you see me. I see me. Hi. How are y'all doing? You're taking a sick day because you feel blech. I also feel blech. But I'm doing okay. This is not the best I've felt since getting sick, but I'm getting there. I have a golden kappa. I have a golden kappa. You'd have a little sickness in the case of the big sads. Oh no. I'm sorry, Ben. On both accounts. Never even thought about that way till you said it. Gosh, Drimmer. Sorry. woahhjess in shambles. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to do one thing real quick. I think it works now. You did it. You fixed it. You were streaming The Sims too. Yeah, you have to press a button. I gotta turn off my camera real quick because I need to blow my nose, and I should probably mute the mic too. But thanks for raiding over, Ruronin. Congrats on your second stream, I think. Gah. There's not even anything coming out of my nose. It's just stuffy. They're technically still just test streams. Okay, we're back. Your bitrate likes Sims 2 more than Cyberpunk for some reason. Oh, just some reason. You know, it might be that Cyberpunk has just more pixels. So many more pixels. Okay, I'm not sure what's happening with this co-op stream. Is everybody live? Are we doing this or what? Are we doing this? Or what? But in all reality, Cyberpunk just has a lot more things happening. Like, first off, it's a much more modern game. It probably does have more pixels. But it also has like particle effects, all kinds of lighting effects. It has shadows, it has water, lots of things to render that are very challenging for your video card. And depending on how you are encoding, which you are probably using a video card, that's like pretty much the method nowadays. The Sims 2 is all around going to be a lot less demanding on your video card resources than something like Cyberpunk would be. Which is why, in this day and age, even though you technically can stream Cyberpunk and also or play Cyberpunk and stream it with the same computer, you might want to have a 2 PC setup so as to reduce the amount of resources on said video card. If only I didn't have 2 PCs in this one room, and I'm not utilizing both in their proper manners. It lagged a little bit when you first started, but it was fine. Maybe it was loading shaders? You almost melted your GPU with Foundation. Why is everybody having so many issues with Foundation? Everybody's yapping. What are we doing? Are we doing this? Are we doing this or what? Co-op just chatting. I'm just bouncing between chats. Like, I'm set up. I'm ready to go. How come both Juice and Alana put me last in their titles? Should I be upset? I just went by alphabetical order, so maybe that's what they did. Alphabetical. I should complain. GPU was 100%, no PS wasn't responding. Weird. We're the mage, we go at the back. Well, no, we're starting over today. Because we died. Twice. We tried twice to finish the chapter and we lost both times. So we're starting over today. And also I wasn't the mage. I was the... what was I? I was the rogue. I could be the mage today. Today we're the mage. Are we claiming mage today? Alright, that's it. Alright, I'm now going into everybody's chat. And... being a big meanie butt. Where is just the red heart? I just want a red heart. Fine, I'll do a blue heart. There. Although, I can't type in Juice's chat. Okay, there it goes. There. I just went into chat and started slamming my fist down. And you can still stream if OBS is frozen. Yeah. Yeah, it keeps it online. Hop into Discord, man. I can't join in the Discord. It's locked. It's locked. I can't join. Hop in any channel, Juice said. Why? Because your channel is locked? Oh, I forgot to make sure that my Discord was working properly, because you know what Windows likes to do? It likes to change your settings, and it actually didn't change my settings. That's good. Whoa! Yes, sorry, you were very loud. That gave... That spooked the heck out of me. My mixer was muted, and I unmuted it, and it set everyone's volume to like 100%.
Got him.
This guy.
The setup. Robineer needs introductions. Jess, what's your introduction?
What?
What is your introduction?
I'm
what's
Jess.
Oh, okay. That's Jess.
So I'm. Can chat hear them? Can you guys hear them? Alana just called Juice her best friend on the internet.
Ilana is a good bean.
Did you hear them before? Now you can. Okay, they couldn't hear you before.
Hey, whatever amount of technical issues we have right now is way less than last time, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know why they
Yeah.
couldn't hear you. It's because my GoXLR reset again.
Why is your GoXLR reset?
Oh, because I forgot to save my settings.
Ah.
I had really bad technical issues today.
Better you
I had
than
to
me.
update my graphics drivers so like the game wouldn't start, and OBS like crashed, and then I just restarted everything because nothing worked. But now it's good. Updated drivers. Yay.
Proud of you both, honestly.
I mean, I'm proud of myself for knowing exactly where to look for an issue, finding it right there, and then getting back on track pretty quickly, right?
Yeah.
Game doesn't open on a fairly new PC. It's probably your drivers.
Okay.
All right.
I am making Ilana larger.
Everybody can hear you, I think. And when I click this button, they should be able to see you too. This is much smoother than last week.
Yay. Good. I don't have buttons. That's pretty fancy.
You don't have
I like
buttons?
that. Well, I have them. They're just not set up for anything like that.
Oh my! I can actually give a proper introduction now, I suppose.
Bum, 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 bum. Yes, please go
I'm
ahead.
Jess, and today I'm not encountering technical difficulties,
Hi, Jess.
which is
job,
an
Jess.
anomaly for me. So I'm proud of it.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I'm still recovering from the illness, which took me last week.
I lost all of last week to illness as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask how you're feeling now, Juice.
I feel better.
That's good.
I'm in the like get it all out phase, which is kind of gross, but I can mitigate that.
Everybody's sick.
I'm not sick. I just have major other issues. But I'm getting help with it. PT starts next week.
Yay!
Hooray!
I think it'll make a big difference, so I'm excited.
Yeah.
Are Jess and Juice sitting at the same table? Juice is looking over to see Jess's tech issues. Correct. Yes.
Should we start a shared chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, I was telling my chat this, but when we do the shared chat room and it combines our viewership, it doesn't actually combine it on the back end. So you should all open exactly 3 tabs, one for each streamer, so that we all get the viewership.
It doesn't combine it?
No, I think it at the end
I thought they changed that.
it does combine it when you're live, but when the stream is over, I think it's individual viewership.
I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know what that means after the stream is over.
Yeah, because we all have our own viewership, like 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, X, Y, Z, and then when we're live, it combines it to like X plus Y plus Z, and then when
Yeah.
it's done, it delineates it that like you have viewership X, and then viewership Y, and then viewership Z.
Right, but what is the implication there? Like the VODs don't have as much like what views or what?
Your stats don't have as many views.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm saying is, everybody should
your
open
stats don't
3
get affected?
tabs.
Yeah, you should open 3 tabs.
Open 3
It's-
tabs. Also, just I had
One
to
of
reset
us
the
is a
Zoom.
lowly affiliate. What a loser.
Yeah, you got small.
You're definitely cooler than me.
Well, sweetie.
Are you gonna open the share chat, or do you want me to, Juice?
I can probably figure the thing out.
I know you can figure it out. It's just a question of whether or not you're gonna do it.
Share chat, share chat. Hi, MJKJXP. Wait, are we? Oh, hi. Hello.
Yes.
I sent Ilana a thing. I will try to send Jessica a thing. Woahhjess.
We're supposed to make ourselves smaller, right?
Yeah, we will.
Oh
or
yeah, I
will.
forgot about that.
Shrink.
All right. Jess, you have a invite, I believe. And shared chat has started.
Okay, thank you.
I will accept your invite.
Aw. What if you were like, nah, I'm not going to do that?
No.
No
It
thanks.
seems better.
Oh, make sure to mute yourself in Twitch shared nonsense.
I got you. Thank you. Hi everyone. Welcome to Shared Chat.
Yay! We're
Yay!
chat and sharing.
Sharing is good.
It's caring.
Mm-hmm. Anyone that is used to hanging out with me, we have no heist today, but we do have boss.
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 The bot will tell you when it's time to boss. And I can give everyone free berries so you can all do the boss.
Yeah.
The berries
Um.
economy is totally inflated. It doesn't matter.
I accidentally turned my
I think
headphones
I'm-
up very loud, and suddenly there was a boop. Also,
I'm gonna keep
Wildermyth is
Ilana over
muted.
there. No, Wildermyth is the best. All right, so we learned something from last week or last month. I don't even know when it was. It was a while ago.
Whenever.
That when you play multiplayer, it increases the difficulty beyond what I set it at. So last time we had a news story for Age of Ulstrix, and we got crushed, right? Or was it the
Mhm.
Enduring War? Age of Ulstrix, I think. So this time we will not have it on Tragic Hero, but instead on Adventurer.
Yes.
Or wait, yeah, because Storyteller is like for people who just don't want to fight. This is normal difficulty, it's just Adventurer.
Yeah, that sounds good. I like
Okay.
that.
We got wrecked
We
last
still
time.
want to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want it to be easy. Part of the beauty of the game is the struggle, you know? But before we do this, I think we have to set up multiplayer. Multiplayer.
Hi, H. Kevin. You all couldn't hear their intro, but I could, so I was dancing to it.
That's correct. I could not. I'm trying to think, how did I turn up all your volumes last time so I could hear you better, but it was the same level for stream?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe you were just louder
I
last
don't know.
time. Or maybe my ears were less clogged.
That could be it. All right, let's see. Where is... Oh, I'm invisible.
Hapako, hi. Today's your unicorn.
Ilana last online 1 week ago.
Oh, am I not online?
Oh, I'm not
Hi.
online either. I went invisible so I could hide my delinquency from everybody.
I wasn't allowed to tell people. I was under NDA working on Foundation, so I had to hide my.
You were on NDA?
Yeah.
How come
Because I got
wasn't?
real early.
I was playing
Cool.
Marvel Rivals and didn't want everyone to know.
I want to play Marvel Rivals with you. I play it all the time.
Well, add me.
I didn't
Gosh
know that you
darn it,
played because
Wildermyth.
for some reason I never saw you playing it.
I've only hidden my shame one time.
There's no shame in Marvel Rivals. My whole community, not my whole community, but a bunch of us have been playing of all levels of skill.
Thank you,
I sent you
Hapako.
invites.
I accepted.
How come every time Wildermyth opens up, it opens on the wrong screen?
I don't know.
Just stop
69 months from Tarrant.
Nice.
Nice.
it. Nice.
Nice.
I don't really get it still, but someday. Ilana promised to show me what it meant at TwitchCon, so
I definitely did not.
I joined your
Okay.
game, but it didn't work. I swear, whenever I try to accept invites on Steam, it never works.
can you just join on me? Otherwise, you should probably be able to find the game by going to multiplayer and just searching. It doesn't have a password or anything. It's BFFs 5 Eva.
That seems to work.
Okay,
I
yeah,
see
I
Ilana
just,
Orama.
I just joined you
I
that
see
way.
it.
Man, this kick button is very tempting.
Wow. It is
Yeah,
tempting
I'll
to
just-
kick
I'll
butt, I
just
know.
come back again.
I know you would, but just the one, like, how sweet would it be just for that split second? Just kidding. I don't want to kick you. All right. So
It does
I
not
click
matter
play
which
button.
chat you type in. But you should
it does
open
not.
all 3 streams anyway.
You should open all 3. I have them open.
I have them open too.
I also have them open.
Gotta support the friendos. Open all the streams.
All
Hi
right.
everyone. Thanks for being here.
Adventurer.
We will not die
Yes.
this time. We're gonna win.
We're gonna win.
It also explains how Juice died so easily that one time. After professing
Okay.
his love for me.
Yeah, there were a couple times where it was like you just got wrecked. I think it'll
Does
be good.
anybody want to be the mystic this time?
I think I was nominated by my chat room to be the mage.
Okay, perfect.
If that's okay with you guys.
That'd be fantastic.
Okay.
So this is woahhjess. Ilana, do you want to be hunter or?
Sure.
Okay.
Am I supposed to be in the game?
You should see parties, or maybe.
I can see the party select screen.
Nope, my game crashed.
Oh.
Dang it! I thought I escaped the curse of technical difficulties today.
It's okay. I still see you in here. I kicked you though, so just so there's no confusion when you rejoin.
Wow.
And it felt just as good as I was hoping.
This is why I'm not gonna play Marvel Rivals with you.
No, play Marvel Rivals with me. What's your main? Don't tell me you're a Jeff main.
I don't really have one, mainly because I don't really know much about the Marvel Universe. I'm kind of learning about it as I play.
I know a lot about it.
I don't know what anybody does, or I kind of... Who's Jeff? Oh, Jeff is the shark.
Jeff's the land shark.
No, I don't really have a main.
Do you like healing or tanking or damaging?
I prefer to heal, then to damage, then to tank.
To heal, my favorite healer is Cloak and Dagger,
Me too.
and then Luna Snow.
Although I've been
never
trying
played the
Rocket
game.
Raccoon recently.
Never played him. He shoots those balls at people, though.
Yeah.
I play a lot of Oni lately. Like way too much Oni lately.
Oh my god, nerd. Playing your science game while we're punching bad mans in the faces.
Yeah.
You're over here calculating the circumference of the gas, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, the circumference of the gas, especially that.
Yeah. No such thing as too much Oni.
Who's the character in Marvel Rivals that
That's
goes,
what I think damage covered.
again?
That's Bucky.
Who's
or
Bucky?
Winter Soldier.
Oh, Winter Soldier. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
But-
He's Captain America's sidekick.
I just walk around my house going, again! But I have no
I don't know
idea
what that
who
power is
even makes
called.
that
I just call
sound.
it again. What's Bucky's power? Again. And
Yeah.
again. And again. I just like I do a Moon Knight voice, and he's basically just like Marvel's Batman. So instead of like the Dark Knight, I'm the Knight of the Moon. Lana. Trust me, it's funny if you're there.
It sounds like it'd be really fun with friends. Like I've seen you stream it once or twice where you're playing with a bunch of your community members, and that seemed fun. Juice.
It is fun. It's a bad stream. Like it's not a good streaming experience, I don't think, for anybody. But because you can't really talk or interact with chat all that much, you know. But yeah, no, I enjoy it. All right.
Jess is hiding from the sun.
Yeah, I'm evoking vampire mode.
Who are
You should just
hiding
wear
from?
onesies on stream all the time.
Yeah, it gets too hot.
Juice, can you play your command in chat?
Yeah,
I joined your game, but I didn't join your game. I'm just,
I haven't done anything yet.
Wildermyth, why you crash again?
Yes, Cyber Chaz.
You're not crashed. You're here. We're all here. We're on the same page right now.
It's thinking really hard. Okay, whew.
Are you in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's so good.
I had a friend, a fellow streamer. She doesn't stream much anymore. Record that for me. Emily is fun. She's a professional singer. All right.
Oh, I forgot I can do this too.
All right. So, woahhjess, Lana.
Did I get kicked again? No. Okay.
Oh. Don't get kicked. You should be able to see the characters.
It's swirling.
Just give it a sec.
No,
It'll
it crashed.
probably be fine. Yeah, there it goes.
Don't
I
crash.
see it on your screen now. I see it on your screen.
Okay, well, just minimize this time. Ooh, okay. I don't know why. Wildermyth gives my
weird.
computer such a hard time.
My computer was
are
having a
you-
really hard time with Wildermyth.
Really? Are you in
Well, I think it was the
window
driver though.
I don't know.
Because sometimes it forces you back into like fixed resolution, which then it's a pain in the butt to alt tab out of.
What should my personality be this time? What was I last time?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't like my personality. Can I change that?
You have to re-roll then on that randomize.
Cowardly goofball.
Someone in my chat, give me a number from 1 to 10. 3.
You could see these people in a Christian children's book.
I love it. Thank you, Doe.
Thanks for the follow.
Wait, you guys are both goofballs? I need to be a goof.
Yes, let's all be goofy. I'm a compassionate goofball.
A goofish intellectual? I don't want to be intellectual.
You're a mystic. Of course you're an intellectual.
All right, fine. All right, fine. Did my game crash again? No. It just keeps...
I think once we get in there, you're gonna be fine.
Okay. All right, I just can't touch anything but the game. So this weekend I was thinking about putting up curtains so I don't have this problem with the sun, but then I didn't.
Are you gonna edit your screen there? Your character?
Yes.
Just click on them.
Attracted to anyone.
Yeah, Jess instantly replaced me when I died last time. That's true.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting.
Hi, Manbags. Darling 001, hello.
My person did not have any romances, but just got really competitive with emo.
That's true. I forgot that Emo was like the first person because you rigged the poll or whatever.
Yeah, somehow.
Ooh, black hair.
Yeah, we recently moved to a different room in our house because we're working on our house and we don't have blackout curtains now. So I have to wear one of those like things on my face to sleep.
Go
Oh,
dark purple hair.
really?
Well, a nap or sleep in. Yeah.
That's too bad.
At night, it's fine.
I see. You're interested to see how it works? Trademark? Listen, this is the best game that not many people have ever played before. Honestly. It's so good.
Yeah. I'm very new to it, but even just in our first session, I had such a blast that I'm like, I could see us playing like a bunch of this.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
it's,
if at any
it's pretty
point
fun.
either one of them doesn't want to keep playing, I'm like, maybe someone else will, you know? It's so good. And I think, frankly, I think most people would enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, I think of the viewers in our channels for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's what I meant.
Some of
I don't
these
know that it has
faces.
universal
Yes.
appeal.
Yes.
It's
can play
absolutely
solo.
possible to play single player. I play it all the time single player.
Wait.
I have an off stream. Oh, did you randomize again?
Yeah, and it changed my personality.
Yeah, that's what it do.
Yep, I just realized. Now I gotta make the whole character again. The aloof greed wagon. Does that
What a
mean?
combo.
Does
That's
that
you.
mean being a loot goblin?
It just means you have self-interest. So
Oh,
a
I don't
lot of
want
your
that. I just want to be a
all
loot
it does
goblin.
is change
The
like
goofish loner. I was rolling for the first thing with goof in it. Now I'm a loner. Am I a loner?
you're a loner.
Am I a loner?
Forever a loner. A loner orama.
I don't wanna.
Oh, no. A loner. Imagine if someone actually pronounced my name that way.
The cowardly greed wagon.
Alistor, I don't think that I think that's the one thing you can't really change.
I'm getting a lot of greed and loner. Keeps popping up.
It
Aloof
really wants
romantic.
you.
Compassionate snark. Cowardly leader.
All right, there we go. Hothead.
Goofish hothead. I like that.
Now I'm a hothead.
And we're all... Wait, I'm a goofball and you're goofish. Does that mean I'm the most goofy? Must be.
All right.
Going dark purple hair this time.
I like
Everything's
it.
fine.
Elon is more ball-like.
What does that mean?
Because I'm a goofball. I guess I'm more like a ball.
Oh, you're more ball-like. I looked at that comment and I was like, I don't really get it, so I'm not going to
Yeah.
respond to it. You ready, Jessica?
No.
Okay. Elon is less spiky.
I like how when you are adjusting your character's height and their width, it just actually like stretches them apart.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
actually really short.
You're not that short.
In real life, I'm definitely not that short.
Yeah. What are you,
Okay.
like 5'9"?
No, 5'7" at the most.
Really? In my head, you're taller than that.
I seem tall because lots of people are short.
Maybe you were
You got
wearing
it.
heels or something.
Can't we
is it
manually change
possible you had a
personality?
little boost?
It's possible.
In my mind's eye, you have big, tall energy, I guess. And everybody that sees me at TwitchCon is like, man, I thought you were super short. What happened? And I'm like, no, I've been this tall my entire life for the most part. So I must have short guy energy.
When I met you,
Oh.
you were just like the right height, if that makes sense. Like you were about as tall as I expected you to be.
That's
Hear
what I
that?
think too. Yeah.
I was just right, everybody. Ooh, don't tell cilantro. Short king, that's me. It's my camera angle, but I don't. What is he like? It's not that different from like Jess's camera angle, is it?
You wanna know who I was
Oh, yeah, the
most
unicorn
surprised
horn.
at to meet in person was Ultrasaurus, because for some reason I expected Ultra
Oh,
to be
yeah.
very, very tall, and
No, she's
Same.
tiny.
yeah, she was very short.
Well, I think one of the things that she has like one of the small people gaming chairs, but you can't tell just by watching her sitting in her chair because it all looks like, normal. And then
Yeah.
and then you see her and it's like, whoa, how's the weather down there, bud?
That's like Jedi. I was surprised how tall Jedi is. I had no idea.
I'm not losing frames. It's Wildermyth.
Yeah,
Okay,
why don't we go ahead and play?
Okay, let's play.
It's Wildermyth
you
just
may
making my
wanna,
computer
Jess,
upset.
Just go to your visuals and change it to windowed
Did you
borderless.
see on the background? It was the OG Ilana and Emo Wolfmingo and stuff. Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's your
On
thing.
my title. Yeah, I didn't realize. That's so cool.
So I removed all of our legacy characters since the first time was not the one, right?
Oh, should I have done that?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
You don't have to do anything. I
Okay.
just didn't want them to show back up in our game, like because we would have already
we're
have like an
starting
Alana, and now we have the old Alana could show up, and you're like, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Who would like to start narration?
I can start.
Okie dokie.
This book.
Which book?
We'll find out. There's room in it for another story. It's cold. I'm stuck here.
Oh, that's Jess.
That's me. I'm not giving up, world. You hear me? But no harm in scribbling a few words while I'm bored, I guess.
What a loner.
Yeah,
No, I'm a
fine.
hothead this time.
So, this is the beginning. Here in our yondering country, yondering.
I thought that said yandering.
I don't know what that word is. Something in the woods is very strange. Ooh.
Ah.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Tugged along by the gentle desire to see friends, a young man named Juice takes the seasonal road to the town of Dream Stoop.
I wonder how many of these soft glancing town ladies remember me. Well, I guess I'll just have to do something memorable this time.
Breeze is light that day. Birds are timid. In fact, the whole world is taking a breath, ready to leap in the sea.
I'm there already, huh? Oh, here's the hard part. Getting Ilana out of her house in a timely fashion. How many quips and pranks has she prepared is the question. Or not even, That's smoke?
Hey, this seems familiar.
Mm-hmm. Fluttering flames roost among the far-off rooftops. Juice hurries towards town, thinking of Ilana, a young woman whom he's known since boyhood. We're besties.
Okay, hold on. This is where chat
Are
gets.
you besties?
Yeah, chat
This
gets.
is where
to
chat gets a
say.
little plucky. It doesn't matter which chat you put it in, but if you want Ilana and I to be rivals, you would type number 1, number 2 for friendship, and number 3 for le romance. Oh, blah, 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 blah.
Something like that.
Wow,
Ooh.
chat is very boring. Twos in chat.
Twos? Two's a 3. Couple 3s.
Okay.
Of course, they're trying to
Windowed.
tie the pole.
Windowed mode.
I'm just voting multiple times.
Windowed
Yeah,
mode
you
might
can only
save
vote
me.
one time.
Uh-oh.
MJ is your person, so you got to keep them in line.
That's why I said something.
Oh my gosh, Wildermyth, please work with me.
Does someone want to count them up?
2, 2,
There-
2, 2.
There's 5 3s and 4 of the other things
Yeah.
currently.
Okay.
Right.
Romance
We're
this
romantic.
time.
We're
between
romantic
the two of
loves.
you.
Ilana, you're not stuck, are you?
Obviously, he's not very concerned.
Don't be dead. Hero has an action left. Hero has no more actions. The hero can do a single move, which takes 1 action, or a double move, which takes both actions. All heroes get to take their turns in any order, and then all enemies take their turns. Juice is going to move up and then extinguish the blaze.
Good job, Juice.
Look at me.
Yeah, I don't think Jess and I did that last time.
No.
We didn't put out any fires. We just.
Let me open this door. We're homestanding. It's all right. Breathe, Juice. Just breathe.
Using juice to put out the fire.
Ilana, you're not all burnt up, are you?
Juice doesn't know.
Ilana! Why is no one...
Look.
Narrator, the door unlocks. God.
Oh, yeah. The door unlocks.
Thank you. Click.
Ilana shoves it open.
Oh, yeah. Fire?
I know. Sorry. Get inside quickly.
Hup.
Slam.
Your bow.
Yeah. I'm going to shoot the fire from my window. That felt like the safest.
You're totally me last time.
Yeah.
Garu.
Okay. Actually, there's a monster in the garden. Is that okay?
Staying in here isn't really an option.
Right. So here, I've got some tools around. You've always been, strong.
Oh
So
my.
I'm thinking together we can at least drive it off.
Together.
Without me. A loner.
Yeah, somebody's being alone.
Forever alone.
You know,
Er.
Alana, in case we don't make it, I just need to
Don't
say.
worry, Juice. I'll be right here. Open the door when you're ready. I interrupted
right.
your moment.
Just let me stand in front of you. So you can see my sweet buns.
You are in front of the door. Do I have to hit next?
Yes.
Oh, whoops. Faux cards. Good, bro.
I don't see that yet. Jess, can you hit click OK?
I did.
Ilana needs to do her move then.
I'm not a part of this.
I know, I just was wondering why it wasn't going. I'm just gonna hang out right here. You can
Okay.
step up and shoot it probably.
Can I do this? Okay, yeah.
Wow, Alistair.
86% dodged.
Wow. Okay,
Sorry.
XCOM. Ow!
Can't die already.
Good job. Juice killed it. Oh.
I will take Zealous Leap.
Nice. Ooh. Okay, Greenhorn Hunter. Surviving through stealth, imperialist archery. Masters their surroundings, bring down large quarry. Crippling strikes, melee and range attacks apply 2 hobbled. Ooh, that sounds good. When standing by a fire, Ilana bow attacks have 0 damage, +1 shred, and start fires. Or flash cone. Once per combat, Ilana throws a flash cone that blinds enemies and deals 0 magic damage. If thrown an ally, they will be hidden.
Oh. That's kind of nice.
I like blinding for sure.
Making your teammates hidden is pretty OP.
Yeah.
Like if somebody was like about to die, you could make them invisible.
It's an action, but it's a pretty cool one that I could see being pretty useful. Let's take it. Flash cone.
Bonus damage should probably go to Juice.
Sure. Yeah, because you're melee.
Yeah.
Not salvage thing it. Just keep it. Oh, sorry. I always guessed you were strong, but Juice, wow.
Wow.
The creature's death is quiet. It seems to slip from life in a few stunned, hazy blinks. They'll spend a piece of the day getting the flames under control. The damage isn't as bad as it could have been. Town folks emerge from hiding to fight fires and clear debris. Some full of curiosity, others visibly haunted by what they've seen.
Jess could be in trouble. Clearly, nowhere's safe. Come on, let's keep our word.
I am in trouble. I'm being assaulted by the sun.
She's at that ruined tower by now, probably talking to spiders or a ghost, or hiding from the sun.
Or another deer monster. Jess will be waiting for us. What happened today could be happening everywhere, couldn't it? Something about that tower is just stuck in my mind. It's like when you get apple skin in your teeth.
In your mind teeth.
Huh? Yeah. Anyway, I just think we said we'd meet her, so we should. The tower in the hills. You've been there?
Yeah, once. Actually, looking at the tracks, they come and they go in that direction.
And they go, they come and...
Just Juice and Ilana follow the pounded path of monstrous feet, hoping for the best and dreading every other possibility.
Are Ilana and Jess rivals? Type 1 in chat. Or friends? Type 2 in chat.
Rivals or friends?
Rivals or friends, chat? What do you think? Me and Jess.
Wow. There's a lot of people voting for chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's a lot of ones.
Uh-oh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 twos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ones.
All right.
Yes.
Did I count that correctly?
Yep.
Brax is tie breaking.
Well, it's too late. I already clicked it.
Sorry, Kevin. A wordless wow passes between them, but the quiet only heightens their worry.
You've known Jess longer than I have. She's pretty capable, I feel like.
Oh. Yeah. Jess is temperamental, or she can be, but she doesn't often disappoint me, you know? Weird things do tend to happen around her, but I'd say she's probably up there now. Figuring things out.
Figuring things out.
She's up there figuring things out. All right, so we got to scout and then go over to the tower.
Yeah. Let's
Sounds
go.
good.
Remember to nag Alana about Juice's muscular buns.
previous night.
Why
The
did the
tower-
bot just say that?
I don't know. The tower where Jess had arranged to meet Juice and Alana is a place she often used to escape to as a girl. She knows its rooms and floors so well, she could survive being chased through them. Can you cough a couple times, Jess?
Now I wait, I suppose.
Dust gets deep as rain puddles in here.
Alive's alive until that beast breaks through.
Doop, doop, doop.
Ooh, I'm a boss.
That's not your line.
Keep it up, chat. Look at all of us winners. We'll see which of us loses our heads first.
The tower has outlived generations, weathered and sagging. It defends nothing now, not even from rain. But as the old will tell you, precious things go overlooked in a ruin. What lodges amid the bones of failure is often the dream that drove it.
Is the Mystic Star always the same?
What do you mean?
Like this same intro bit in the tower?
Oh, we're just replaying the previous
Oh,
one
okay,
because we
I
didn't
see.
beat it. So yes, but in future adventures, it'll start completely differently.
I see.
Right, because last time we did it, Juice was in the tower.
Yeah. That book. Why have I never...
Grrf.
Easy there. I guess you're wondering why I'm talking to myself, huh, Beast? I'm also wondering...
Jess bends to pull it loose.
Oh!
The book's heavier than its slender spine suggests.
Wildermyth.
Myth.
Ooh.
Wilder. Tongue twister. Myth. Look at all this. Myth.
It's full of strange stories, the folklore of folk long forgotten.
The tyrant's medicine.
Imparts no salient secret. It's only a fairy tale about a dying empress. She swallows stars every month to calm her cancerous anger.
The jester and the jailer?
Is the farcical tale of a condemned court jester. He convinces his guard that the world inside the cell is freedom, and so the dutiful guardswoman removes him.
The dream stoop dancer?
Claims there once danced a man in so many spinning circles that he stopped moving, and everything else began to turn instead.
Wow.
Jess reaches the last word of the final tall tale. A few blank pages are left.
This book.
Something in her feels like it's coming loose, but she can't tell exactly what.
There's room for another story.
It's cold. I'm stuck here. Oh, this is you.
I'm stuck here. In the sun. Yeah, fine. So, this is the beginning. Here in our yondering country.
Jess writes, words are ready. Omens have formed in the fabric of everything, and she's beginning to recognize them now. Some are just misgivings. They've crept through her body like the sourceless aches one wakes with. Others are more substantial. Now they seem lightning plain, a promise of thunder. For in the wild black woods, where birds once belled, a hateful silence churns.
Churns.
It is I. The guy. Pain lights Jess's head. Look at the sun is affecting you. in
Yeah,
the
I
same
know.
as well.
You gotta get your sunhood up. Come on.
Subsides. You made it to morning?
Yep.
She lowers her bleary eyes. Her story lies before her in luminous script. Empty pages have sprouted behind it. You can hear my dog howling. Because Pucker left.
Why do I feel powerful? The spoon or the staff?
Age-old question.
To spoon or to staff, chat?
That's
One or
a
two.
good
Quick.
question.
Quicker than that. Faster.
I
Higher,
almost forgot to go
faster,
live
quicker.
on YouTube. So hi YouTube. I'm doing Wildermyth with woahhjess and Juices TV. They're awesome.
Hi, YouTube.
One.
Smash that bell.
Two.
Something like that.
One.
We
Okay,
we're
spoons.
restarting the same adventure because we lost basically. So we have a new set of adventures.
Open
What did we
wide,
decide?
beast.
Spoon.
I'm getting out of here.
Cha-chung.
So, is it supposed to be a wand?
It is a wand, yeah. I like it
Feature.
actually because it lets you get an offhand, and you could have a shield or like
Oh, neato.
something
That
else
is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I was wondering if it was like a fake, like not really a weapon.
I mean, the other one is just like a branch. You know, like they're both level 0, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay, that
what you
makes
choose.
sense.
All right. So, this is just me versus.
Do you have any
just you.
abilities yet?
I can interfuse. So I can't see what
Oh,
the
right,
bottom
right.
of this thing says because it looks fine in OBS, but my game is like really not fitting my monitor. There's
Can you
nothing.
check
Is there
the
anything under
spelling?
the queue? No, just okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Where did the monster go? I found it. So interfuse. Mingle the mystic's life energy with a blaze or piece of scenery. Interfuse targets grant vision and can be used for further purposes. You can interfuse with a forge. And then do what? Can I throw it? Discus?
The problem is you've got stuff in between the forge and the badmans, so you
Oh,
want
I
to interfuse with something close to what you're trying to
I
hit.
see. Okay, can I just uninterfuse with that and interfuse with
You
this
can,
instead?
but you can do 2 interfuses at any time. So yeah, now if you want to do shackle, yeah, you just click on it and then click on the rager.
Shackle is how you like check it.
That's so
Or
like
that.
when you click
Very nice.
interfuse it and mouse over stuff, it'll tell you like what you can do with that particular object. So like the round table is
Splinter blast. Yeah. Splinter blast. Take that.
Very nice.
Actually, the pins seem good. Interfuse with the wagon. We can splinter blast again. Splinter blast. Oh, it's out of range.
No, you can do it. You just have to move it to the. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, cool.
How is this thing not dead yet?
Yeah. No. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Take that.
Take that.
It dodged it. Butthead? What else am I gonna throw at it?
The anvil, maybe?
What anvil? Oh, the
Where?
anvil.
Sorry.
Oh no, I don't want to shackle.
Shackle still does damage. It tells you what it does in the description.
Yeah, it sure does. I just can't read because I'm being assaulted by the sun, you know?
Yeah. Dang, son.
Dang, son.
I used to just like in college I taped up a bunch of like cereal boxes. I flattened them first, obviously. And now you get to pick
The gray
your first
plane.
thing. The arches is probably the least useful of these.
What does Vine Wrench do?
It will grab a creature, do some damage, and like hold it in place.
If I click something, is it going to select it?
Yes.
Okay. Allies may wall?
Yeah, walling is like when we are next to each other and you get like a defensive bonus.
Oh.
Oh, right.
Rock
Is
shield?
good.
I don't know.
Rock shield is nice. You can basically throw up like a temporary health and armor on like a friend, as long as you're interfused with something that has stone.
I see.
And you also, when you're interfused with stone, you also get bonus defense.
I'm not sure which one to go with. I feel like Earthscribe just has more options.
I like Earth Scribe,
Yeah?
but Naturalist is also good. Either of those are really good. Arches, eh.
I didn't even read it. You bond with the earth and summon from seedling and silt a wondrous tree that pins surrounding enemies. That seems cool, but there's only one thing you can do. Both of these are advanced interfusions. So Vine Wrench, which is active, we have a passive. On interfusing with a tree, enter Gray Plane, and an active Tree Call. I don't know what that does.
So Gray Plane is when you go invisible, basically.
I remember that.
So you'd be able to do that.
There's just no descriptions on like what these things do here. Then there's a Earthscribe has a passive, allowing allies to wall, and then another passive, a stone passive granting extra armor warding and temp health, and then an active rock shield, and then a bone wall, which is neither a passive nor an active.
Bone Wall is just a transfusion or interfusion. So you
don't know. What
basically
do you guys
like
think?
create a wall. I'd just say pick one of the first two.
Yeah, I think the second one seemed good.
I picked number 2. Got a Ring of Attunement. I guess I'll take it. Claim it.
Sounds good.
Gave me some potency, but not enough.
More monsters roam the ruined halls and rattle the rotting furniture. But Jess moves quietly, sensing her way in the dark. Daylight lands on her wrist. Cool wind soothes her tired eyes.
Daylight. Did I make it? I did, didn't I?
She closes the tower door, gentle, to make no noise.
That was the Mystic's art that I did, right, Tower? Where'd I get it from? Could it just have happened? Is it just one of those things? Things a woman's born with that might blossom in her life when she needs them? Well, wherever it came from, no one will want to mess with me now.
Jess?
I don't suppose I can get folks to call me a wizard.
Jess, you all right there?
Hey, whoa, Jess. Something happened?
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, I forgot you two were coming. I'm sorry. I just had the weirdest night and day, and
You saved my life. We barely made it out of there.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, see that smoke on the horizon? That's from the town.
Yeah, from Dream Stoop.
it burned? Arrgh!
Things are different than they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you've ever seen something quite like this.
A monster? Sure we have.
We slay monsters.
She
Well,
doesn't believe
I
us.
am a wizard.
Proud
Wizard.
of you.
You're a wizard, Jess.
Wow.
Let's attack. I feel like I do belong in the front because of these buns. And I'm sure Ilana won't mind the view because of these buns.
Ooh, ooh. Adjust
Perfect.
glasses.
A perfect understanding isn't likely to emerge. What these beasts are, where they've come from, what drove them to attack the town of Dreamstoop. But letting them nest here feels like the wrong idea. What? I'm not wrong, am I?
Anyway, a plan? Do we have one?
Courage.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Courage.
Back at my house,
Stoicism.
it was pretty simple. Kill the beast before it kills you.
Bang. All hero gain +2 damage potency for the first 3 turns. We're fighting a
Nice.
raccoon in a row.
Yeah, we are.
I opens the door.
Yeah, you did.
Now, Alana, remember, you want to enter gray plane whenever possible.
I do?
When you're invisible, you bypass the enemy's armor.
Oh, Silk Step. She's hidden to enemies and her attacks ignore armor.
That's the one. That's why Rogue is like probably the best single ability in the game, because every time you get a kill, you go invisible. And if you are attacking things smartly and wisely, you can just constantly stay invisible
Yeah, that's pretty
and
nice.
just snipe.
Okay. I will try.
I'm gonna open this door. You ready?
Yep.
Boo!
Hey, I found him. Yoink. Kaplow.
There's only wood.
Oh no. Game revealed.
Are you gonna hit anything this entire game or not really? So sad.
There's an oven back here that's made of stone, but I
The
can't
oven, yeah,
reach it.
Don't sweat trying to make the stone thing happen. Just do.
Yeah, I'm just gonna interfuse to this thing and try not to hit you with Splinter Blast.
That's a good idea. Here you go.
Nice.
I'll hit things for you.
Oh no.
And we have new
Do it.
Wildermyth characters, and Juice and Alana are in love this time.
Yeah, we are. Just like real life. I'm not gonna attack yet because I will see if Alana wants to maybe hit something.
I would love to, but I can't shoot it right now. I'm too close. Melee. So what should I do?
You can move away and then shoot it, or you can swap weapons to whatever your melee is and try to stab it, but I'd probably just...
Well,
you should
if I
move.
move into the door, I'm gonna block Jess.
No,
No, you're not.
I can do distance magic.
You could also just
Okay.
move way over to the other side, too.
Then you're gonna pass through the corruption, right?
It says that I'm gonna pass through Juice's tile.
Oh,
You can do that.
Yeah.
I just assumed we couldn't do
Okay.
There you go.
that. GG.
Proud of you.
All it required was Juice giving me a bunch of crap.
I know how to get the best out of you.
I got +4. Ooh.
Morning
Ooh.
plate. That's
Ooh.
actually my favorite plate.
It says Juice should replace. Good job.
The last misshapen creature folds its bones and dies. Blue fluids darken the dust.
So calm accepting death, not natural owl.
Natural if you're suffering.
Hey, look at us. Look at what we did.
Yeah.
Cool.
Day drops. Day rises. Dusk is sweet. The sunrise sweeter. It's not long before they've cleaned the old tower up a bit.
I always liked its weird stairs and stones, and it did save me.
I always knew this morning would rise. When I'd gaze into the sky and see a destiny for myself. A destiny to inspire song. Let's not wait to be overrun. We're a company of heroes now. We'll walk the land. We'll fight. People need us. We'll give ourselves a name and make sure it's one they'll sing.
Sounds like you've thought about this.
We'll be called the Cadre of the Northern Shield.
Well, how about the Fawn Movement?
Maybe the Pirates of the Unwilting North?
Or maybe we should enter our own name.
Yeah, what was the name we came up with last time? I don't
I
remember.
don't remember.
I just want to say, like, woahhjess.
No, it was something about the Three Musketeers, but it was like the...
Oh, Nerdketeers.
yes. Nerd Skeeters, that was it.
The three
Oh, yeah.
nerd skeeters.
It sounds good.
After that, the three of them are inseparable. Rumors are rampant. Heroes are needed. This world will be flooded in sorrows, but its defenders are joined by a fire that night. Here follow the tales of the three nerd skeeters. Be remembered.
I love how we're just the Nerd Skeeters. Not even the Nerd Skeeters, the Nerd Skeeters.
Mhm.
I love it.
All right, so after every battle, the enemies get a little bit harder. We can recruit our first new friend, but we should probably secure this spot first.
Hard to
So
crack a
that-
smile for some reason. Let's investigate.
Secure
Can
the
we-
site.
Are we able to send... Would it be Alana this time, the Dream Soup? Because
We can.
asked.
Sure.
Skeeter nerds.
Okay.
We got some stuff.
Whoa.
Whoa!
What? No, I already have Mornclade. I don't need limb cowling.
Salvage.
Potency is definitely a woahhjess thing.
Woo!
Do it.
Yay! I'm potent!
So potent.
Love it.
I've always wanted to be potent.
All right. So we have.
What did you
for
just
the sake
do?
of chat. Okay, let me explain.
Yeah, update chat.
Update me.
In the top, next to the start arrow, you have like the number of days until the next calamity card. Thanks for the follow. And every time we hit a calamity, the enemies get a little bit harder, right? Like they get more abilities or more strength or more health or whatever. And then the infestation is next to that. At some point, it's going to trigger an infestation, and that's like when the monsters start rampaging through the wilderness, and they always aim for a town. So it makes sense strategically to just set up some quick defenses wherever we go so that our town doesn't get destroyed. So while
you did
Ilana,
tier 2?
yeah, just tier 2, or like if it was on the outskirts, I'd probably just say tier 1 would be sufficient. But since it's like right next to the town, it makes sense to do like a tier 2. Tier 3 takes
last
forever.
time our town was
Sure.
isolated. This time it's surrounded.
Yeah, it's going to be randomized every time for every map, right? So like, in addition to like all of the stories that we're going to encounter, aside from like the ones that are set in stone for this particular story,
I'm a
they're all
stone
gonna be
mage.
randomized too. Yeah, bud. Okay,
Ooh.
so do you want to start a queue? Somebody, and then we can have
Sure.
folks join.
Doesn't matter which chat you join from. !join or !join and then the name of your choosing. Put you in the name queue.
You're gonna have a few bots saying you've joined the name queue.
That's okay. Justice joining the name queue. I'll
Yeah.
join on Emo's behalf.
I'll join on Selentre's behalf.
Beautiful. Are we gonna randomize this person, or do we like greedy goofball?
We have enough goofballs, I feel like.
Oh, I was gonna say we could all just be goofballs.
Our whole thing.
Yeah.
all goofball run.
The
All
Goofsketeers.
goof.
We're just gonna have repeats because I don't know how many. Because Ilana's a compassionate goofball, right?
Yes.
I forget what I am.
Are you? You're a goofish intellectual?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, so we could have a goofish intellectual.
I think I was, and I accidentally randomized my personality right away.
Okay. I think we have a lot of names in this name queue. Should I pull one?
Sure.
Yeah,
All right.
let's do it.
Who's our new party member? So rigged.
So
MJ.
rigged.
It's so rigged. MJ.
Hey MJ, do you wish to identify as male, female, or non-binary?
MJ, do you have a preference on the what we set up the character as? Meek? I assume you wanted MEQ, not MEQE.
Oh, sorry, what's the name?
MEEQ? Female's okay. Okay, thank you, MJ. Yeah, that looks good.
Do we care, like, does MJ care about any of the colors, or we not care?
No.
Okay. Is MJ gonna, I think we need another frontliner before we need,
I like that idea.
okay.
Yeah.
So then I'll
Like-
control the Punchy Boys.
Okay,
So I can do synergy on them.
sounds good to me.
Do you, Jess, you want to narrate?
Me?
Yeah.
With my stuffy nose?
Uh-huh.
It didn't take long to trek back to Dream's Stoop, and the town still seemed like the best bet for finding another pair of able hands.
Wait!
Hmm?
It's you from the Heroes. Right, anyway, I was hoping you'd come back.
What? Did we miss a few Gorgons?
Oh, everything's fine, and that's just it. It's been quiet in Dream Stoop so far, but I heard those things you said. That talk of treading off the roads and into our own legends. And it stuck with me more than I would have thought.
Is that how we put it? I suppose forming a company of heroes can get one a little fired up.
Oh, you were right, though. It seemed far-fetched at first, but then again, so did the tales of Gorgons. And now look where we are.
Well, we could use another fighter on our side, if you're game.
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you offered. I think I could be useful, but I wasn't sure about the protocol for joining a company of heroes.
Far be it from us to turn you down then.
Train me as a warrior. Yar.
Welcome, Meek. So we're training you up and securing Cimarron Spire.
Yeah, and then we should secure Dream Stoop.
Tier
Sounds
2
good.
defense is built.
For Dream Stoop, we'll do tier 3, because, you know, for reasons.
The main town.
It's already burned once.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
first
nice. So we
calamity
have
is getting
little-
close.
Oh, you're right.
All right, I'm going to take
Greenhorn Warrior.
Vigilance. Meek's heightened senses allow her to perform up to 2 reaction strikes per turn,
Ooh.
which is right now, but in the future you're gonna be like, whoa, Jess.
Nice green horns you've got there.
Whoa, thank you. I grew them myself.
By the time we erect all these defenses, they're gonna be here
Yeah. 21 days.
until a calamity card.
Oh, right.
Thought that was
So-
when they come.
No, Calamity card is when the enemy just gets a little stronger.
I see.
So if we go scout to the left, we can kind of scoop the loot back up.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quiet Cater.
We have 4 people. Can we have more than 4 people?
can have 5 in a party,
Whoa.
but then you can have. I've had up to 10, so I've had 2 different teams going at the same time.
Dang.
Oh wow.
So this is the calamity where now
Yeah.
the Thrusks have a little extra, and the like it's
New enemies.
Yeah.
fine. Quiet Cedar Wilds has been revealed. All right, let's
I
see what
said that name incorrectly.
our first real random thing.
Almost to. How do you think you say this? Erho Folly? Aren't we?
Let me check my eyeball.
Why your eyeball?
My eyeball says if
you're a
we
goof?
climb, I guess so. If we climb that rock hill, it'll be able to tell us more. They're already sick of me.
Oh, that was steeper than it needed to be.
Quite a view, though, I'll say that. Wow, way to harass sexually
Oh wow!
the interns.
I didn't read it that way. But I guess you did. Oh my, Meek, top the highest hill.
Oh, something's.
What?
Cooking?
Ooh.
Oh. I just hate when she talks to her eyeball.
Alana, this isn't safe.
Oh, eyeball, you've done it again.
What?
All right. Number 1 is we don't try to steal the golden egg. Number 2 is we have a 51% chance on my screen anyway of successfully stealing the egg.
Mine says
And-
50.
Mine says 52.
Like
So should I
52
click it?
or
Well, or
50 comma
52%.
2.
Oh, it
I would
says
say
random 52%.
do we let chat? I think chat could decide. It's fine. Everybody's saying 2, so I think we just click 2.
Okay. Let's hatch it or call it breakfast.
Alana.
It'll be fine. It'll just be 2 seconds. Now, how should I? I guess this old flour sack.
Ilana, it's here. It's about to be.
Ugh. Ugh.
Ah!
Hurry up!
Faster!
In the bag, little buddy.
Duck!
Ugh.
Her splat. Wow, you splatted the egg? Could be our skulls next.
My egg, she's shattered. Oh.
They managed to scramble down safely the rest of the way. That night, they hear a shrill, distant keening that rises from the hills, mournful and unbreaking. The stars throb, something covers them for an instant, and they reappear. The fire pecks pine cones and scatters sparks.
Oh, so sad.
Minus 20 goofball. You're the least goofball now.
I just got real serious.
Yeah.
You
well,
killed a
you've
baby and upset the mom, and now you're less goofy.
I didn't learn my lesson about stealing eggs in Subnautica.
And you're starting combat with half health because you took damage.
Cool.
Don't
Okay,
die.
but I see that we have a little spirit here, a stone spirit. We will definitely want to try to yoink that for one of us to make it get a stone item. I think it would be better for either Ilana or Jess. So when you have a stone weapon and you get a crit or a stunt, as they call it in this game, it will do extra damage and then it will pin nearby enemies so that they can't move. And that's
cool.
good. It's not like the best, but it's good, and it'll increase your weapon to tier 1. So that's definitely good. So I think I'll open the door with Meek, and then let one of you hop in there
You are
to grab
closer.
the stone spirit.
I can get there, but I can't do anything.
All you have to do is get on the spot. There's no enemies in there yet.
Did I just block the way?
No,
No, I didn't. Okay, good.
just run up and grab that.
Okay.
Yeah, go get it.
Out of range. No, we gotta walk over there.
Just get as
Yeah.
close as you can. Yeah,
It has to be in the 3.
in the yellow.
Does that count? It works?
Bree,
Yeah.
Bree.
Excitable little thing. Did you have to run so far?
then just
Choose.
Replace the stone wand.
Yeah, to a
Do you get a
tier
stone
1 spoon.
Bree.
Oh.
All right. You did it.
Whoa! My spoon became a moon oak switch. Oh, goodbye.
Bye forever.
Chat was naughty again.
When isn't chat naughty?
Yeah,
Ilana, do you want to scout since you're invisible?
sure.
Okay. So they must be to the left over there.
Yeah, I thought that maybe I would be able to see into that room, but we can't until we get further.
Why don't we just take it slow? Because if I go within the green,
Sounds
I can
smart.
set up Guardian. But if I go all the way over there to the yellow, then I won't be able to Guardian.
Yeah, and then I can scout again.
Yeep.
Looks like Jess has one more turn.
I can interfuse with something. Am I able to, like, throw things through the door?
It depends on the angles and the...
Okay. I'll
The
just pass.
spell.
Done.
Should I go all the way into this other room?
I would go to the wherever the edge of your green is first, and then see what you can see, and then you can decide what to do with your
I
second.
can apparently go green all the way into this other room.
Oh, okay. Well, it's up to you. There'll be Badmans in there, so you may not want to.
Okay, maybe I should go like to the
Yeah.
door
Yeah,
so maybe
I
I
could go
can
there.
see, but
Oh, the
Oh,
door's locked. Okay.
to open it.
Oops.
We didn't know that. That's fine. I will Guardian right in front of the door. Guardian, and then we just, if you just get in there, we'll be good to attack next round.
Okay.
So Jess, if you want to interfuse with like the oven, that should give you your stone.
Ah, shoot. I went
Defense.
too far. I used 2 move actions.
That's fine. All right.
That was a good point.
So it's Ilana. You want to finish your? There you go. Okie dokie. I will have Meek step forward.
Interfused with stone. I can steal the fire. Oh, black.
Good job, Meek.
Good job, Meek.
Good job, Meek.
Good job, Juice.
Stab. All right, so you have a little breathing room if you get behind me, but they still might target you.
Me?
Yee.
I'm gonna try.
You should be able to kill that rager if you hit.
Okay.
Yeah, because you ignored its armor.
Nice.
Cool.
then-
Because I was hidden.
Yee.
Nice.
There are candles in here, Jess. You could steal the fire from, or
If I, like, move away from this thing, am I going to uninterfuse with it?
not right now. It's a pretty long interfusion range.
Everyone's in the
you could
way?
also like give somebody rock, give Alana rock shield, because she's already half health.
Yeah, let's do that. Give me
Ooh, I
plus
like that
3
idea.
extra health.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
1 armor loss.
Where did your rock shield go? Was it just for that turn?
It's just temporary.
Oh. Wow, me.
Get him! with that frying pan.
So us.
I totally helped.
We heckin' did it.
I absolutely
Tier
helped.
1 wands.
To replace my Tier
No,
1
you don't
wand.
want it.
Oh, tier 1 wand. So never mind.
Is
So
it better
salvage
than the
it.
one that I have?
Certainly not. The one you have is got
From the
stone
stone.
power.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's salvage that.
So take the spell thread.
Yeah. And then potency, but Jess already has it. So really, any of us.
Anyone else want to feel
You
potent?
want to take it because you're the lowest.
Okay.
You may
Thanks.
eventually have a power that uses potency and/or bonus damage, depending on what that power might be. So it's good to have.
Calamity.
It's unfortunate that we can't like shift our gear after it's been taken, but
I think there's a mod for that, but I think it's just a
Yeah.
balancing thing. Okay, so we're gonna secure the thing. For whatever with multiplayer, I have to do things twice sometimes on the overland map to get it to kick in. So if anybody's watching and it's just like, why are you doing that twice? It's just like a weird thing with the game.
sure.
Okay, and then this first screen that you see whenever you capture something is always the same. Basically, we did the thing, we got the stuff,
GG.
and we found a
Ooh.
new outfit for Jess.
Wow.
Take it. Plus
Ooh.
0.5 armor.
Ooh,
Looking
and a
pretty
dodgy.
nifty.
So dodgy is generally what I make the Ilanas of the world with the arrows and the bows.
Okay, I'll take it. Heck yeah. I would like to be cloaked and dodgy.
We're already doing so much better. We're getting so much gear where we didn't get it
Yeah,
last
this
time.
is great. All right, so we're now.
Jess
What?
and Meek are rivals.
Why?
Wow.
We're just suddenly rivals.
Wow. What did you do, Jess?
I don't know. Looking at
Something
me,
happened.
it's gotta have been Meek's
Yeah.
fault.
It's
Oh,
gotta
I
be
don't think
Meek's
so.
fault. Blame Meek.
Who wants to narrate?
I can narrate again.
Okay, you take over.
This is how we become rivals.
Huh?
Oh. Oh.
What's wrong?
I sense magic.
Gorgons?
No, this feels more like something is lingering. Come on, it's this way.
What is it?
It's an overgrown mess, that's what it is. Help me uncover it.
Soon.
There we go. Ah, that's nice. That's a nice strong font. Fount? Font? What a rush.
Aunt? What are you talking about? We just pulled some weeds. I don't feel anything.
It's a font of spell thread. It feels like someone is pouring honeyed sunlight, woven strands of fire through my body.
Whoa.
Honeyed sunlight.
Yes, sunlight and starshine, while at the same time it's unfurling to the world around you, to the spirit of a place or thing.
Objects have spirits.
Well, not like conscious ones. It's more that we're connected to everything. Spell thread, woven between all of reality.
Sometimes I feel like there's an entire world that I'm missing.
Yep.
What happens when you touch it is what I would like to do.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Do that.
Well, I don't know. I've always sort of worked with the energies from afar.
Let's find out.
Oh,
Hup.
so Meek is gonna touch it?
Yep.
Apparently.
Whoa! Wow! Whoa! Whoa!
She turned blue.
Oh.
Are you okay, Meek?
Yeah, I'm okay. Wow! Like honey and sunlight and fire.
Top G, top of die.
And I feel...
Blue.
Boo.
Connected?
Yeah, exactly, to everything around me. Or is there even a me? Am I not the same as that tree? Is that...
Come on, Meek. We can chat about this on the road.
Wow.
Okay, so if we click on
Meek's
me
blue now.
and click on C, you can see that now under abilities, she's spell touched. Meek touched the raw primal node and has been marked. And blue skin gives -1 bonus damage, but +2 potency and +10 recovery rate. So she's gonna do a
Wow.
little bit less just straight up punchy damage, but
What
if
is
and when she gets something else, it's gonna be great.
what is spell touched? Like it just says marked.
That's just what she did. So she touched the thing,
Is
and
she
so now
just-
she's spell touched. That's her
Like marked
transformation.
by a spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not like Hunter's Mark or something.
Right. If
Marked
you,
for
it's under
death?
transformation. So
Yeah,
like
no.
other transformations would be like the wolf one or bear. I don't know what they're all called. Bear touch, wolf touch, you know.
Like how Emo's head turned into a wolf.
Yeah. I think so.
Cool.
Shanks, thanks for the sub. You're the best. We always want to grab spell threads whenever they're available
Okay.
because it's one of the rarer things.
It's sun.
I've been hydrating a lot because of my back, so I'm just gonna step away for a quick minute.
should also
You
do
can
that.
feel free to play my person or whatever. I'll just be fast though.
Okay.
worries. All right, so we built tier 2 defenses. Now we scout down here. Let's go. Okay, so there's a little bit of a difference on this, which you'll see. It's like these little vines
Yeah, the
cover
vines.
the spot. So if we were in a rush, we could do an assault, and the strength of the assault, or like the strength of the fight, is 4, and it's +1 from the infested tiles. But since we have time, we can patrol,
Yeah.
which is going to remove the infestation and is going to make the fight a 3.
I already feel like this is going much better than it did before.
Yeah, no one's died yet. So
Yeah.
that's good.
Don't say that.
Give us your best Ilana impersonation.
Okay, I've got one. Favorite fruit.
I once had something called a persimmon. The flavor was subtle, wrapped itself around your tongue. I still think about it.
Wish I remember fruit that well.
Okay, my turn. Favorite thing to fight.
That's like asking my favorite rash.
Least favorite then.
Might have to be Draven.
Is that because they're over the next hill?
It's a beast or a construct. It's just blind. What? It's a beast or a construct. It's just blinding, destroying. What is this sentence? But Draven,
It
when you
means
get
like the other things that we fight are beasts or constructs, basically. So it's just weird how they're phrasing it.
But Draven, when you get close enough to look in their eyes, you see hatred staring back at you. And here I am making a career out of them.
Oh well.
I'm not that old, right? Sometimes I wonder if it's not too late to start over somewhere. I wouldn't, though, realistically. I'd reek of abandonment.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
What about you? What keeps you here?
And here's where Ilana is still reading. So how you doing, Jess? How was your vacation?
Oh, it was great until I got sick. I'm still sick.
Yeah, me too, bud. it really does feel like everybody I know is either getting over it or in it. At least around here.
it's been over a week. I'm over it, but I'm not actually.
Yeah.
I'm mentally over it, physically not over it.
I finally, like, after the 4th night of not sleeping well, I was like, I gotta do something different tonight. And so it occurred to me, I should just get my humidifier out. And so I cleaned the hell out of it because I haven't used it in like 2 years. And then turned that on last night. And I think it helped me.
Yeah, I think a humidifier would actually help. Good night, Cody. I hope you feel better.
I definitely have to run a humidifier in winter.
It does get dry. We have radiant heat, so that
Yeah.
I like radiant heat for everything except the fact that it just sort of it just dries everything out, you know.
Don't some of
anyway.
those like radiant heaters have a spot where you can put water in it?
Well, radiant heaters all have water in it. That's how it heats
No.
the water, and then the water travels through it. But
I see.
it doesn't. It's just emanating heat with no moisture into the room, so it just can
Gotcha.
dry things out.
Hi, Cody.
What keeps me here? Upholding what's best in the world, honestly feeling special. You mean other than you, Iwana?
Definitely number 3. And now I
So many
blush.
things, really. That lithe form, that dazzling smile, the way you whisper my name before a fight, that thing you do with your
Shush.
pelvis.
Jess is gonna hear. Why?
I did hear my ears, how they burn.
Plus, what kind of a man would I be if I left you to get picked up by some beefy drav?
They're cute, but they come on a little strong for my taste.
Juice and Ilana gain temporary
Ooh.
damage and potency.
Nice. Bonding.
Bonding.
Ing or edge. Stump, dart, let's go. Oh, and they're all right here.
Oh my, I just
We're
I got what
just
you
suddenly
said.
here.
All right, let me move the warriors to places
Oh,
so that you
no.
have a better... you have more room to breathe.
Whoa, good job.
Wow, amazing. No wonder Alana's head over here heals.
It's so strong.
So powerful.
Oh, Jess, if you grab that brazier, you can pull fire over both of them.
Oh, I should have attacked first and then went hidden.
This one?
If you attacked, you wouldn't be able to hide because it would have ended your turn. Yeah, so then you have to like
right.
steal fire, and it lets you drag the fire over
Oh,
to the second one.
that's cool. Wow,
Yeah. Good job.
Wow.
it's purple
This
fire.
is very different than the last time we played.
Yeah. We're kicking butt this time.
Let go.
Easy peasy.
Yay.
Yeah, because we're not doing walking lunch difficulty now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this great axe.
And I also feel like we're getting better gear.
Okay. We're going to find an item. Oops.
Exponential
Well,
boost.
even just the fact that we like caught up with that stone thing, like we weren't able to catch any of those last time.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems really good. Wait, what
We have
did
a
I
side
do?
quest.
Uh-oh.
Your services are required.
You'll be glad you called on me, Juice. I'm what they call a firebrand, a mighty mare of war, a lioness with lightning in her eyes.
Can we get a clip on that, chat?
Does that mean that you're part horse, part lion?
And look at Juice's face.
Here's something to try. Let's walk in silence for a while. Just for a little while. How about that? Wow, that's rude.
Yeah.
Shut up, Alana. I'm sick of you running your mouth.
If Solentre talked
Wow.
to me like that, I would kick him in the butt.
You should.
I'm bored of that, and you.
This is just our foreplay. We get real testy with each
We're
other,
getting
and then it gets
fighty.
spicy later.
But seriously, I forgot where we're going.
All right, one more time. Commit it to memory. My cousin is in danger. He's been kidnapped by someone you claim to know. And so... Then you read your line.
Right. I recall now.
All right. Sorry for getting frustrated. I'm thankful you came along, truly.
Well, but there's one thing. I am still mad at you.
What?
You say that I claim to know the kidnapper? Is it Emo? I was kidding, of course. That would be such a crazy coincidence.
I thought you were minus 20 goofball.
You mother... Oh, you one of these mother... boo. And so our journey to save Molar began.
In guttural style.
All right, should we bring Jess with us to get a little XP?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I won't die on your side quest.
And so Meek is
capturing that.
securing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but don't kill me, bringing me on your side quest.
Standing above East Shar Earthworks, Ilana and Juice attempt to hatch a plan. No matter what we do, we're going to end up fighting someone, aren't we?
I'd like to say that's not true, but I don't see a way around it.
One way to go would be to flood this entire valley, digging channels all the way back to the river over the course of the next few weeks.
We're not doing that, okay?
So, what's your plan, my dear?
Poison the air?
You know, when I'm trying to avoid danger to my own self, say when I've upset someone and I don't want to get punched, what I do is I create a distraction, crack a joke, or start a different argument, offer a drink, or...
A diversion. But what do you have in mind? Don't say dancing.
Start a fire up on this hill, but the fire is a joke, then we get them. We fight naked. They'll be too embarrassed to hit us. I'm going to say 2.
Okay. Well, actually, that's a good idea. You take your clothes off and distract them. I'll keep mine on and knock them out one by one.
I'll just go into silk steps so no one can see me. Yeah, why are we being so harsh with each other?
It's that minus 20 goofball.
Because my cousin has been kidnapped and you can't even remember, and then you lied about knowing the kidnapper, and it's just, it's a lot. You're being a little bit much right now, okay?
Can we send me away?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Regular ambush.
Okay, let's want armor.
I'm just the third wheel.
There's something happening, all right?
All right, I'm just going to go
our
up
armor
here
didn't come off.
and Guardian.
Boogmore!
So Jess, when you look, you mouse over where you might move, it will show you what you can interfuse with, and with a little blue square around it.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
I'm trying to decide if I want to fuse with bushes and rocks, or if I want to fuse with mossy rocks.
If you do the... Okay. Well, you might not have an angle to hit them just because the log is there too. But
I'll get an angle.
They might move forward.
Ooh. Oh, it's still my turn. My bad. Ugh.
I was hidden.
I think the puke got their
I
attention.
was hidden.
the Rager went after Jess and then hit you.
Oh.
So
Oh, it found me
revealed
by
your
running into
presence.
me. Okay. Did I heal? No. Yeah, I healed before this fight.
Yeah,
Okay.
it hit you.
It just hit you though, right?
Yes.
I can pin it so you can run away.
So I can attack the Bogmore,
That
or
would
I
be
can
great.
move back and hit the Rager. But I'll let you guys decide what you're gonna do first. I think.
I'm gonna pin the thing. It was blocked.
It was blocked. Does it get opportunity attack if I back up?
No.
You sure? What's that
Yes.
red fiery thing?
That shows you that you'll be able to hit with your bow.
Ah.
So just for clarity, the Rager blocked my attack?
Yeah.
Lame.
Okay, I will leap.
Ooh,
Wow.
Wow. Very good hit.
Good thing Juice is here.
Yeah.
Ow.
For real.
My pain hurts.
How do I know if it's gonna block my attack?
You don't. Sometimes it just blocks.
Single action ends turn. Okay. I'll shield you!
Okay.
And I'm gonna throw a discus at it.
Yeah, throw a discus at it.
I might hit you.
You won't.
Blocked!
Yeah, in the
Nice.
early stages, like a lot of us are gonna have blocks and misses and stuff.
Lover's Vengeance +3?
Yeah, so if I take damage, you do more damage to the thing that caused damage to me, and vice versa.
That's very exciting.
You're now a Bloodhorn warrior. Wow. Your green horns are bloody.
Indeed. I will use Sentinel, and it replaces my Guardian, so I will leave
Oh,
up
I
to
like
2
that.
tiles in order to intercept a foe who passes nearby. And because I already took that thing... Oh no, it's the other character that has the 2 reaction strikes. Hey, do you want to replace your Ember Gown with an Ember Gown?
Yeah, sure.
No, just salvage it.
I'm just
It's the
kidding.
same thing. I do apologize if we're getting any feedback. There've been some of my family working at my house all day, and
I haven't heard anything.
We have a
Okay.
dodgy
I think
thing.
it's quiet enough.
Dodge should probably go to Ilana.
You want to give it to me?
Yeah.
Either me. Okay, I'll take it. I won't say no to better dodging. It's a strap accord that's lucky.
Molor!
What?
He's right here. You okay? You seem to have been kidnapped by Gorgons.
Yes, I don't understand. They...
Oh, it doesn't matter why.
You're safe. You know I would have gotten an earful if you were dead.
Juice? Did my sister send for you?
That's right. She wrote that you'd been taken, and we feared the worst. Didn't we, Ilana?
Not really.
God, you're such a dick.
But listen, this is all very boring. So, should we go? This place stinks of oozing flesh and miscellaneous gorgonous gases.
I have to thank you too. Your name is Alana? You're so brave. Juice is lucky to have a friend. Only friends, right? I'm assuming since you're such dicks to each other.
Yeah.
So Abel, someone he can turn to in times of serious trouble.
After a short trip to Moeller's hometown, where they feasted and danced, and to some discomfort were called upon for speeches and poems, Ilana and Juice set out for home once more.
I'm just a third wheel.
You're like not even here. And it turns out I'm not such a worthless girl to have around, nor am I exceedingly silly. Actually, I can be a little silly at times.
And we can't help but love you for it.
Oh, I am a goof.
Your character
I might be-
actually like speaks my internal dialogue that I filter out.
Yeah. I'm a bloodhorn hunter, I can upgrade Flash Cone, put all heroes with effect +1 use permission.
I think you should reroll. I think it's worth it to either get Rogue or Fox Flight.
Okay.
There you go. You got lucky.
Elana has +1 speed once per combat as a swift action. Activate to dodge the next 2 attacks. Wow.
Yeah, that was really useful.
That's great. All
Plus
right,
10
I'll take it.
retirement age.
Hell yeah, brother. We're never gonna get rid of Alana.
Work until you're old and gray and shriveled up.
Like a raisin.
All right, we secured the site.
We got the things, and we got an accuracy. Also an Ilana thing generally, but
I feel like I'm taking a lot of stuff.
it's okay. It's just luck.
Okay.
I mean, Jess has gotten a spoon and an outfit, and
Yeah.
I got an outfit and an axe. I think we're generally okay.
Okay, I'll take it. I'm surprised how many items we can get.
It's every time we can choose to take longer to find the one item, right? Like every time we secure something. And since we're just kind of rolling, it just feels like we're going a lot faster than last time.
We have 27 days.
Oh,
Until the
we do.
incursion.
Till infestation.
Yeet.
Or
It's okay. We're set up pretty good.
Oh,
I imagine the
incursion is
first
what it's
one
called.
won't be too terrible, you know?
Yeah.
Incursion.
Gorgon's a great number. Move to attack your lands, driving peaceful foes before them.
No. All right, we're assaulting Grave Grade Windworks. Attack.
Okay.
Some kind of basement over here.
Careful, Meek. Could come in the morning, right? They've been late all day. Late rising, late on the trail, late to recognize sunset, and late spotting this ruin. It's the remains of a smallish structure, and it rests on a cleared rocky slope where trees find little purchase.
Jess? Stay outside and actually get Alana down here. I trust her insight.
okay. Nah, she's coming. Have to keep my eye on you.
Not much room for more than a toe dance.
Ash on the floor?
Someone worked at this table. Knife lines, stains of sediment.
It's chalk.
What are these hash marks? And what's in the box?
Remember there's that verse in Opal Night when Spira comes to the Umber Lady's Hall? Past the open portal, shadows packed like ravens plumed, dimming all discovery, sharply dark and darkness doomed. Spira's sparklight shimmered spent, snuffed, dispelled, left all engloomed. Thanks for the raid, Agent Number 1.
Raiders! Agent number 1, how was stream? Welcome in,
Hello.
everyone.
Hype, hype, hype.
Ooh, how'd you like Heart of the Machine? Obviously, we're doing multiplayer today, so we're gonna not gab quite as much as usual. But I'm Ilana Rama. This is Juices TV, and we got woahhjess over there. Some of my favorite friends on this platform. Definitely make sure you follow them. And thank you again for the raid.
Hello.
Hi.
It is
place-
going well. It is. Thank you.
This place isn't like that, I guess. But nowhere's poem perfect.
We're totally kicking butt.
How do you keep all those words together? You got a word hoard under that scalp?
The box is puzzle locked.
Huh?
One of those magic puzzle locks.
Oh, is it words or numbers?
Words.
Oh, thank gods.
Oh, no. Remind me how those function?
We guess until we're frustrated, then we bash it to pieces.
Lock words, they call them. The words or phrases that'd spring the box open.
The magic lock presents a prompt with a clear slate to write an answer. The wise wanderer finds home where? Oh, did we skip something?
No, I don't think so, did we?
Oh,
No, you're just being a goof.
Oh, okay, we tried. Someone grab a hatchet.
Well, air's turning out better than I thought. Could cook dinner and make a night of it. Chalk some guesses?
With the chalk on the floor?
You can just stay out of the way.
Fine with me.
They haul their gear down the slippery stairs. Ilana takes it on herself to clear the blocked chimney pipe. An eyeful of gunk later, she's done it. Jess finds a book of nonsense to help her pass the time and dodge camp work.
Yeah.
Meek toils over an all right stew, not sparing the seasoning much thought. They shout and scribble guesses in the meantime. Who comes up with the correct lock words? Wise Wanderer finds home where?
Where her books prove too many to haul.
Where grapes are grown.
Where a big old dog welcomes her. This is not a
1,
word.
2, or 3, chat.
These are not words. I mean, these are words, but this is not a word.
Yeah.
These are sentences. I think the answer is obviously 3.
I think it's 3. I'm voting 3.
I'm also
Do
voting
we get
3.
votes? I feel like we should get some votes.
Yeah, I'm voting 3.
Oh, books. Where her books prove too many to haul. You're the streamer. You can't vote. Oh,
Okay, 3s have it, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't think
That's
it needs that too much deliberation. Click.
Boom!
Absurd.
That was really it? I'm not surprised.
Here you are. Searched up and down. My scouting trip got cut short. Gorgons are closing in. Come on. At least he found us. Whoops.
Oh, Alana, what's in my box?
Looks like some odds and ends. Might be something worthwhile.
Of course there is. It's my box.
Ooh,
Give it to Jess since it's her box.
sounds good.
7.7 health. All right.
Yeah, some
Lego.
extra health.
All right, let's get up to the door and Sentinel and up the door and Guardian.
And silk step, what's it called?
That's the one.
Spoon.
Disappear.
Spoon.
I'll interfuse with a
Stone
rock.
spoon. Actually.
Actually,
Let's see those juice actually emotes. I think they're called nerd.
No, that's AKSH, I think. Actually.
I have an actually emote.
Actually. No, it's just actually how you actually spell it.
There we go.
actually,
We have a bogmore, a roe, and a raccoon right in front of us.
Whoa.
Welcome to the slam. I mean,
Whoa.
Ooh, I almost moved.
jam. Okay. Let me kill this raccoon since it's got more health and the roe has just 1 health.
Okay, I could use.
If you finish off the row, then you'll go invisible again.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's do that.
There you go. Oh wait, no, you don't have rogue. My bad.
I thought I stayed hidden because the other one can't see me. Oh no, I'm revealed. That's okay.
I forgot. You're not a rogue.
That's okay. We gave me some dodgy stuff.
I haven't even taken my
I
turn yet.
killed.
You killed everything.
No, the bogmore's up there.
There's a big
Can
one.
you interface with the stone tentacles and give it a good time?
What are the stone tentacles?
I don't know. It's behind the bogmore.
Oh, I don't think I can see it.
Yeah, you might need to move up first.
You're all in the way. Unless I go in the door. It's too many movements, though.
All right.
Oh, let me see. I can go here, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to interfere. I can interfuse with the
No, you have to stay
lamp.
within the green.
The lamp. Let me try that.
Do it.
Blind nearby enemies. It will
Nice.
miss its next turn. So that's good for us.
That's great.
You want to do some murder on it? Or do you want me to do some murder on it?
Let's all do some murder on it.
All right, why don't you take your shot?
It was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine.
It looks
gonna
like I can't pull my stone through the door.
You could do the millstone behind it.
I keep seeing this stuff.
I don't know, I can hold on right click and rotate your screen around.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. Having a hard time selecting the Bogmore.
So if you're connected to two different of the same things, which you are, you'll need to choose which discus to do. So like you click discus, then click on the millstone, then click on the Bogmore.
8 damage. Wow. I killed it. I did it.
That was great. Good job.
Wow. How come we haven't leveled up yet? More dodge.
An Ilana necklace.
More necklace for me.
Won't be the last battle, but by my eyes, it was a good one. We should name this place.
You mean Gravegrade Windworks?
Well, sure. I mean, that's the overall place. But what about a specific clearing or cliff? You think they have names? Being in the presence of a named place has a certain beauty. Anyway, a little commemoration never went amiss.
The top of a nearby mound of stone seems to fit Juice's vision.
Perfect. Rarely does your heart confirm something so decisively. Battle Bond Peak sounds like a place anyone would be proud to stand.
I like it. It's sentimental. You have an official process for this?
One makes one's own. The place will know.
Juice lit a tiny fire on the crag as the sun stretched out, building small piles and saying a few words. Ilana wondered if he just enjoyed the motions of a ritual a little too much. But when he came back down, something did feel different. The company took a moment to regard Battle Bond Peak on their way out. Then continued on, hiding small smiles from Juice.
Where am I in all of this? I feel like I'm just... You guys are the main character, including Meek!
Nah, it's
Yeah,
just
why
random.
was it? All right, so there's more abilities for them.
Oh my gosh, Lilliam, thank you for the 2 years!
Meow. Meow, meow,
2
meow.
years,
Meow.
that's a long time.
Meow.
Ooh, very nice.
Super hype, thank you very much.
Jeez, Liam. How about for Ilana? Has it even been a year for Ilana?
What are you talking about, Juice?
I don't know. More accuracy? Everything does seem to be accuracy right now. It's ridiculous.
Wow. Well, what's my accuracy at? Like, should we spread it around now? Let's see.
You're at
Jess
one.
could use it, maybe.
Jess doesn't really need it, though.
Oh,
'Cause
okay,
it
then I'll
doesn't-
take it.
I don't think it impacts her spells. It would just be if she were, like, physically attacking something.
Does this actually, like, go on my person? Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Your
cool.
character changes outfits or whatever.
Tier 2
I
defenses.
didn't want to look at that anyways.
Hmm?
You were gonna do 24 meows. You should have done it.
24 meows.
That's a lot of meows.
It is.
Meow. I'll meow for William's resub to your channel. Meow.
Meow meow.
Meow. Is Dream Stoop okay? They're working away at the defenses, right?
Yeah, they might smush it, but we'll just rebuild it then. It's not the end of the world.
Okay.
We could go down there and defend it. Actually, it's going to be fine because it withstood an attack.
Nice. Hi, Panderific.
Panderific.
Good to see you.
Hello.
I think it's great to see you, Panderific.
Imagine one-upping me like that.
Imagine.
This looks like a good place to camp for the night.
Are you okay, Juice?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry. I was lost in thought.
Looked like
Meow
the
meow meow
dark
meow meow
ones.
meow 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 meow
I guess
meow
I just
meow
never
meow meow
expected
meow
that this
meow
would be
meow
my
meow
life.
meow 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 meow
Did I ever
meow.
tell you that I used to work as a stone cutter? Working with something so heavy and brittle, you had to learn what shapes they liked, how much weight they would take. It felt good crafting things. And now I use these hands to destroy.
Hi, Kev.
Oh my. 1 or 2 chat. I didn't think this is where I'd end up either, or actually I have an idea for those skills.
Wow, why don't you choose this one, Ilana?
Okay. Well,
Thank you for the
I'm gonna
bits,
pick number
Lilium.
2.
Wow.
An idea for those
Actually,
skills.
Oh my.
I have an idea for those skills.
An idea or an
For my
idea?
hands.
Oh. Gosh, Jess.
You two are still awake?
We've been
Oh, well.
very busy and I'm so tired now, but she just won't stop.
It does say later. Implying things.
Later.
Also, you should probably
But-
knock before you come in.
Behold.
Is that a diorama of the attack site?
Sure is. That's what we've been doing.
Oh, what the? Is this to scale?
Should be. Now see, the layout here lends itself perfectly to this sort of trap design.
You're not wrong. It's pretty clever. Too bad we don't have time to rig it up.
Uh,
Later still. Much later.
Are you serious? Let's just hope it was worth the sleep deprivation.
she won't let me sleep. Oh no.
All right.
I gained rampaging boulders. Not sure that was the right choice, but okay.
It's definitely not the right choice.
Sometimes you hit, and sometimes you get rampaging boulders.
I like
What does
boulders.
rampaging boulders do?
It's
Sounds bad.
like I can trigger a prepared trap, and it'll just here. Let's use it, cause why not? Look, rampaging boulders. Just pull this rope and boulders. We did
And
it. The end.
Nice.
it killed one.
I did nothing.
We still have more fight going.
Oh, okay.
Were the boulders mine or Ilana's? Oh, by the way, you can move in green and then fox flight. So if you want to get more distance out of
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
And
yeah.
interfere with rocks. And stay here.
it. Okay. I'm just gonna wait for us to get up to the door and then open it next turn.
All right.
I don't really know what to do. I guess I'll just
Hang
wait.
out. Yeah. Okay. You wanna go scout?
Sure.
I see. Oh, way up there, huh?
All the way up there.
That's as far as I can get.
Ooh, big rock.
I don't think you're gonna have range to hit it from there, though. Even
Did it
those.
anyway.
Okay.
Just watch me.
I will.
Oh my.
Big angry plasma bear. All right, what are you gonna do, Whoa, Jessica?
I don't know. I'm just gonna walk right here. I
Okay.
still can't chuck this to the door.
No, It's too far. Like the range on it is like 4 squares or something.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna rock shield myself then.
Okay.
I'm up here in the front.
I can move up and then Sentinel and Guardian. So if they come near me, I will smash them. But the raccoon is going to be a problem, so Ilana should maybe try that.
Try to shoot it.
Yeah, why not? There you go. Perfect.
Lover's Vengeance +4. Really, Lang? That's great to hear. Yeah, it's been awesome to check out. We kind of just starting. We did one other stream together.
I still can't hit stuff. Doesn't matter, you killed it, but
You just have to interfuse closer to the target.
I want to fling it
You're-
from across the room.
Because the thing that you're interfusing with is actually what needs range on the thing you're attacking.
Yeah,
not
that
you.
makes sense.
Armor, so like
Armor.
Meek or Juice.
That would be good. Meek has none armor, basically, so...
How come I don't even get the option?
Because you probably have the... It's probably like a warrior or... Some things are very specific to the classes. Let's
see.
just say that. All right, let's secure the earthworks. Find an item. Do the things. Do it again, because the game is weird in multiplayer. The excursion's gonna stop. And then we should
It killed
be...
itself?
It wore itself out on the defenses. So like your whatever it's called, what is it called? Whatever the rampaging people are, they have like a number of stars around their little disc on the overland map.
Mm-hmm.
And so like if they had 3 stars, for instance,
Yeah.
if they hit 3 defenses, then it's done, right? So it's like you
They
want to
lost.
wear it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incursion? The incursion?
Incursion, that's the word.
Incursion.
Yeah, I called it infestation earlier, so hopefully now I won't forget what it's called.
Health. Who's got, well, it's either Meek or... well, Meek
Yeah,
needs
just
it.
one of you two.
Okay. Repair our
Okay.
defenses. This will take just a second. Don't
Set
all
up some defenses.
And then we scout. So,
Do we want to do any defenses at Dream Stube, or we have plenty of time, so it doesn't matter?
I feel like because we have
Um,
defenses between
True. True.
it and any potential incursion.
Yeah, we do.
we'll want to do it eventually, whether we do it now
Yeah.
or later.
Okay. Sounds good.
Because the map is going to expand for the next chapter, and all of these places will still be as they are now. So we will eventually want to...
I've never made it
Uh,
past like
kinda-
the first chapter. I don't think.
Didn't we?
No, we got to the like chapter fight and died. Right? Wasn't that the chapter?
I don't think it was the first chapter. I think we made it past the first chapter. We did like a whole... we did like at least 4-hour stream the first time, right?
Yeah, I don't remember if the chapter progressed specifically.
I'm gonna get all these
this
cuties.
This is the end of chapter fight, so this is like part of the main story of this adventure.
Okay. Do you want to take over reading now?
Sure. None of us knew what had changed the beasts who roamed our wilds. We knew something lived inside them. Blue burning hate that frenzied them, then left them still. A stone sentence worse and more deadly than any venom. Today, we would finally find out where it came from and why it wouldn't stop.
No, we got to this and then we died.
Okay.
Right? Didn't we?
I don't remember.
I remember
Well-
dying.
Twin brig trunks looks mostly intact. We should still stay ready. Alana, anything?
I don't know. But believe me, I'm not falling asleep back here.
Hi, Tyne.
Personally, I'm hoping for a few days of. I'm hoping for a. Where'd I get days from? For a few of them gangrel deer things, I find them endearing.
Oof, not now.
Their approach to the town of Twin Brig Trunks
It's always a
is
good time for a
completely
pun.
silent.
I know, I was gonna say that's very unlike me. I usually enjoy puns very much.
But not
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is where we
I
died.
remember dying here.
Okay. So I know how this fight plays out. I don't know how much you want me to say.
I remember some things. Like I remember that there's like a couple really big ones back here. And I remember, wait, weren't there two behind us? I guess there aren't two behind us this time.
I remember they're all up here. And then we get
In any
ambushed from
case-
behind.
I think you should scout.
Okay.
We got to this part really fast this time. Coming with you.
I don't see anyone yet.
I'm
I will
super
guard the
guarded.
squishy one.
Super guarded. Everybody's made of stone. Can I use them as weapons? Because they are beyond our help now.
Wow. Just wow. Can
Wow,
I destroy the
Jess.
villagers?
Still market.
Huh?
Unforgivable. Oh, sorry.
They're all stuck, aren't they?
Unforgivable. And how many more are there?
There's tracks. They go up to that barn door. Wait, shh. You hear that? Whatever did this could still be inside.
Very good garooing. Very good.
Oh, now they're
So
behind
now
us.
There's two things behind us.
Oh.
I shall destroy them with my.
I'll interfuse with the lamppost.
Yeah, do your thing. Oh yeah, you can just kill them with the fire. Heck yeah, brother.
I think
Should
you
I come
mean
back?
sister.
No, you do what you want. I wouldn't start a fight up there by yourself. But you don't necessarily need to come all the way back here.
The frying pan, just the thwack.
The fact that we haven't found a better weapon yet is weird, right?
Okay, but it's better than taking like a greenhorn warrior into this with us.
For sure.
Because everybody else died, by the way. It was like 2 greenhorn warriors.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah. That's for sure.
I
we
remember
didn't have.
when I died and then you immediately found another boyfriend.
What can I say?
Will this remove my hiding? Opening
Opening
door?
the door? No, it shouldn't.
Need more cannon fodder. They're in a different place than they were last time.
There's a raccoon in here.
Get it! Can you kill it? Can you get it? Should we wait?
I might be able to, but I might get hurt. Right. I'll shoot it.
It's your choice.
Stunt. 4 damage. I lost hidden.
Yeah, because you
It's gonna
attacked.
attack me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
You
I
might,
should've used
you
my
might
fox
die.
flight.
Oh yeah, you should.
Don't say
At the
that.
beginning of every battle, just hit Foxflight first. Like, there's no reason to hold it.
Okay.
'cause
I
it
thought
lasts the
maybe
whole
it.
battle.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it had a time limit.
What
Am I
what
alive?
is happening?
You're alive. You took.
Oh,
You
Took cover!
Yay!
What is this thing? Oh, it's a cabinet. I'm just investigating all the rooms, you know?
Yeah.
I killed raccoon.
Nice job.
Good job.
Bye, raccoon.
I think they're fine. I'm using the 2 warriors and a shield.
You should be. That's exactly right.
Every time I walk up to you, what'd you call this? Warding?
We're walling.
Walling. I can't wall with you when you're invisible?
No.
Oh,
Wow.
sorry.
I can interfuse to this humongous ruined arch.
Do it.
Oh. Ricochets to hit a nearby enemy. Oh, it didn't ricochet to hit the nearby Bartoth.
It was not nearby enough.
I thought maybe it might have been.
Yeah, it was a good guess. Or a good try.
You don't have infinite time to get a boyfriend when you might die any day. Wouldn't that be the reason to find love now?
I think he's defending your actions of immediately replacing you.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah.
see? We gotta live our life to the fullest when we can.
You never know what's gonna happen.
Too far away now. There's nothing over there for me to interfuse with.
Yeah.
Locked. Ugh.
What do I do instead?
Just
How about-
position yourself.
Rocking shielding.
Oh, rock shield is good. Ooh.
Maybe I should have rock shielded Meek.
Yeah, Meek has less armor.
Okay, I'll help.
Thank you.
Get him with that frying pan. Wow, we're still alive.
Did it? Okay. Never mind my flash cone. I'm gonna move forward.
We're doing so much better this time. We were already dead by this point.
I know. We couldn't deal with the fight at this stage of the town, let alone like whatever's next. Yeah, we did get an update. It said something like we became lovers. It was before we got here.
Oh, is it me?
Jessica.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm over here like, guys, come on, take your turn. Hurry up already. I can hear Solentre singing in the other room.
What is he singing?
Dance, Gavin, dance. The high notes too, like most soprano is that the high notes.
Yeah.
I can hear him over there in his
No,
best
tenor.
soprano voice, tenor voice.
Well, for males, tenor.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to interfuse with.
If he's doing falsetto,
Unless he's doing falsetto. I was just thinking that.
Solentre
Right,
views
I don't-
extreme win. Yeah, right.
Yeah, can Solantre sing falsetto? That'd be impressive. That always blew me
It's
away.
still my turn. Oh my gosh.
yeah, it is.
Sorry. Not
okay.
sorry.
We're just trying to get up to this.
Gorgon!
Oh, you open the door. Okay.
Was I not supposed to? Should have
That's
said
fine.
Is that a cat?
Oh. It's a Gorgon.
It's Gorgonzola.
No, you didn't hear like the cat that came across the microphone? Who was
I
that?
heard nothing.
Checks for one of my many cats. No,
So many
no
cats.
one in here. I mean, I do have 3. We have as many cats as people in this household. It's a lot.
Cats are people too.
They're furry people.
We should
That's
get that
for
thing to
sure.
come out here because I have lots of rocks outside.
How do we do that?
Taunt. I don't know.
I don't think you do, unfortunately.
Just whistle.
Okay.
You can try. I mean,
Here,
you could
Gorgon,
try
Gorgon,
to-
Gorgon.
Should I just keep going?
You're invisible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, keep going so we can see what's up.
There we go.
Revealed. Yes, good job.
Oh, there's another one. That's the little ones. Oh
Okay,
boy.
Jess, you want to attack these two before I move, or do you want me to attack
I need
them?
to uninterfuse with something.
Yeah.
Withdraw. Withdrawing is not an action. It is an action.
We're just upright cats, yeah.
Now I can interfuse with that. What? I didn't realize
Yeah.
withdrawing was an action.
Yeah.
Oh,
I should have done that last turn, otherwise I would have done that.
Huh? Now you know for next time.
You're learning.
Yeah.
But I wanted to attack things now!
It's my money and I want it now.
Okay. I still have my, what's it called? Dodging?
Box flight.
Yeah.
Snack?
Yeah. So you can.
I'm gonna
be
go
aggressive.
down here and shoot it.
I too am also an upright cat.
Now it's gonna have a little bit of cover.
Oh, sorry. I gave
No,
it
no, no.
cover. Okay.
Well, yeah, like so any object in between you and it is going to make your percentage to hit it lower, but it doesn't expressly tell you that. Like,
Okay.
you know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, Jess, take your shot.
Oh!
Bang.
Wow.
Yay!
Very nice.
Finally, I
Shoot
got
in
to
its
use it.
gorgony butt. No, you can't
Hey, shoot
defeat
your
me.
100% attack. It's so cute though. Like your touchy version of it is so cute.
We leveled up!
I have 2 of the spirits too. Like
Bonus
stone spirit
damage.
guy, and they're so well made.
Nice.
Yeah, like it's really nice.
Does this affect me? The damage.
Bonus damage is for punchy boys mostly.
Okay, because I was gonna say it pushes me up over a full integer, but
You don't need it.
yes.
You use potency more.
Ooh. Blue Horn Hunter. Okay. Ooh, extra dodge for fox fight. I don't like Thornfang. I don't think I'm gonna do that much melee. Fires a cleverly placed arrow that will pass through the first target and hit the next target in a line, dealing -1 damage to the second.
That can be nice. You just have
I
to kind
like
of set it up.
Yeah. It's an action, a specific action.
Yeah, so instead of firing,
Yeah.
well, I mean, it's just like firing a regular arrow, right? It just automatically does it when you shoot an arrow.
What do you think between the first one and the last one?
You don't use
Combo
melee,
versus-
right? Oh, and range attacks.
Yeah. I like that it was both.
Hobbled it could be nice. It could keep them from getting to us.
Right.
I feel like,
But
The
I
upgrade.
think Foxfight will save your life.
yeah.
Okay. We'll upgrade Foxfight. I really like that one. Ooh.
A bard.
I'm gonna take long reach
Sure.
because then she gets to attack further.
How am I only
Yeah,
level
that sounds
2?
good.
After all this, Alana was level 3. Wait, and so
That's
was
not
Juice.
just- Mystic's just level a little bit slower. It's nothing you did wrong or anything. Yeah, but by the end of it, you're gonna be like
Where does it
monstrously
say our
murdering
level?
everything.
It's I think the stars above where it
Oh,
says
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Elementalist. Fire does not burn out while interfused. Wood, splinter salvo. Liquid,
Elementalist is really good.
infernal rain. Indignance is a passive. My presence is charged against foes, dealing 2 true damage. What does that mean to hostile creatures?
So anyone that gets near you will take 2 damage, period.
Whoa.
That's pretty nice.
It's pretty nice.
Once-
Elementalist is like my favorite.
Does it
Um,
overwrite Earthscribe?
No, you get both.
Oh,
And you will be offered that upgrade on Earthscribe multiple times just because
I
it
see.
usually gives you 3 random ones and then the 4th one will be an upgrade.
But
No, that's
heroism
nice.
gives me an extra action point. Oh, once per combat,
Once
never
per
mind.
combat. It's not
Fine,
great.
yeah, I think Elementalist seems like the best. I get
Yeah,
that
more
sounds cool.
things I can interfuse with and do.
Yeah.
More tools in my toolkit.
My pants
For
are
murder.
dry. My pants are still dry.
You didn't pee your pants?
Apparently.
It's to hear that.
Nothing is beyond us. I think we've proven that. Because we didn't die this time. That must have been a nightmare.
The hulking carcass steams from its many wounds. Hideous convulsions course along its appendages to the extremities of its body. Then,
What's happening?
swipe.
Oh, no. Too bad I didn't take the thing.
B-word.
No!
The thing's tremendous tail flicks across the barn. It plucks up Jess like she's a straw doll, her weapons falling uselessly from her hands as it pulls her in. Jess, don't panic! A voice leaks from Jess's mouth. It's a wrong voice, weird and discordant, like someone fretting and plucking a fiddle who's never picked one up.
Who's got a weird and discordant voice they can put on?
It's your voice.
Steal yourselves, bone stacks. This one speaks my words. I can make it die. Please don't. Please, no kill. This is actually hard to read. You are not alike to us. This hurts my throat. Weak lungs and small minds, stacks of splintering bones, thin blood that will so readily betray you. Why flail for your lives? So noisy. I will hydrate. Thank you.
Be wise now. Will you survive if you hurt her?
You think I flail for life as you do? I am Gorgon. The Master Ulstrix has promised us silence.
The voice dissolves into a sound like rain or distant waves. Wriggling grips tighten. A tentacle invades Jess's ear.
Please no.
No! Stop!
Ilana leaps forward, her bow drawn back. An arrow knocked. She looses.
Stop, I said!
The arrow sinks into the great beast's neck. Jess falls free of its tendrils.
Whoa, but I'm blue.
As
That's not the
Meek
new sky.
and Juice rush over to make certain of the Gorgon's demise, Ilana supports Jess, helping her to stand.
Are you in pain?
A strange stony affliction spreads from Jess's ear.
Jess?
This isn't over. I saw its mind.
The stone was in its claws. This stone was in its claws. Jess takes the stone from Meek's palm, turning it in front of her eyes, catching slender sunbeams that slice the barn wall. The strange polyhedral stone is slick with Gorgon blood.
Epichrist.
Each face is graven with an intricate image.
The
Jess.
word in the Gorgon's head was Epichrist. This town, twin brig trunks, these petrified people, even this monster, tadpoles in a toad pond, right? Does that make sense?
The Epichrist glistens, sticky and blue.
The Gorgons have a master, Ulstrix it's called. It's looking for something, some myth or secret. I think the riddle is in this stone. I think we have to find out what Ulstrix wants.
And make sure he doesn't get it. Ooh.
I
Nice.
lose
Wow.
charisma. And
Pl- plus 35 loner. You love being a loner.
forever alone.
And I will live longer.
Even more longer.
Or I just don't get to quit my job for longer.
Longer 10 years of peace follow.
Whoa. A great
mhm.
triumph for the lands.
We have undermined the enemy's plans and they've been weakened.
I like that.
During the years of peace, The Gorgon's mark grew and crusted over to cover one side of Jess's face.
Wow.
It would be a grim reminder of the encounter that day in the Twin Brig Trunks barn.
Whoa.
What a scar.
Meek spent hours outdoors, communing with the spirits of the places she visited and exploring that new connection she'd discovered between all things. Juice brought Alana to Battlebond Peak, and the stone kept the secrets they shared there. Oh
Ooh.
my.
We're keeping it a
Ilana and
secret?
Juice's wedding followed river tradition. They placed painted
Wow.
stones in a boat to represent all the cares of their old lives. Then they sent it downstream.
That's lovely. Regretting your
night-
choice? Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. The night celebration would carry on long, lit pink and lasting in everyone's memory.
Regretting your choice, or just that you left your fishing pole?
Oh, shut up and feel this with me. This is the most beautiful moment of our lives. Stop goofing around all the time, Ilana. Jeez.
Wow. Ooh.
Chapter 1 complete. We did it.
And now we get gear upgrades. So,
Heyo.
Ilana definitely needs gear, and Meek definitely needs gear. Juice and Jess both have tier 1 on both.
Upgraded, yeah. Okay. So should I
We
just
don't
go
have
to
a
tier
lot.
1 bow? Sunwood quill?
Yeah, I think
2
so.
heartwoods and no. Wait. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 heartwoods and 1 hide. Craft item.
Okay. Did it do it? I can't tell.
I can't tell
Oh,
either.
there it
Just
goes.
I
Okay.
renamed it the berry burster.
Gotcha.
That's
Let's
something for
give-
Meek.
Let's give Meek a sword or something. Just a regular sword is fine.
I feel like a hammer would suit Meek.
I kind of hate hammers and maces because they have knockback, which is annoying because then it like
Yeah.
boots them out of range a lot of times.
Yeah, it's almost like it could be good, but like you don't want that all the time.
Yeah, I think you have to like build for it, and I usually build my
Gotcha.
fighters differently.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can you upgrade an outfit too for Ilana, and then I'll see if Meek has leftover. I would say this: take a close look at the Swathe. It gives you Swashbuckler. On killing an enemy, you get plus 20 stunt chance until you stunt.
Oh wow.
So yeah, you'll just stunt way more often if you have that on. But it gives you a little bit less dodge than other
Sure,
types
but
of
we
armor.
did give me some dodge.
Yeah, no, I definitely go for
Okay.
Swashbuckler personally, but that doesn't mean it's the right way to do it, you know?
Yeah, I'm just perusing a little. I probably will
Meek's
take it.
retirement age is 45.
It's got to be better.
Yeah,
And so is
better.
Juice's, because you're early middle aged.
Yeah, warriors retire early, and then mystics are late, and then the Ilanas of the world are generally in between the hunters.
All that extra retirement age, Alana only has 7 years on me.
Where do we see this?
Our stats.
Oh my gosh, I'm 36. I actually am 36. That's great.
I'm
All right.
39.
Oh yeah, we're all in our 30s. Where do you see the retirement?
You have to open up the
Oh,
character.
I see.
I'm infected with a Gorgon seed.
Yeah, you are.
we
And
make
it's pretty
anything
gross
else?
looking.
Jess looks so cool now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Ilana to get her. Oh, did you get the outfit? I didn't know.
Yeah, I did my outfit. So
Okay.
I don't know if we want to do one for Meek.
I did.
Okay.
All right. So the only other thing would be. Oh, never mind. Meek volunteered her free days to deciphering the Epicryst. If this is true, it hasn't always gone smoothly, and progress has mostly drifted along. The meanings of the weird stone have remained inscrutable for years. But today, something in her research slides into place. There's history here. She can now guess where their enemies might be.
Ooh.
Explains why we've had a few years of relative peace. No, you're not getting it. Let me put it more simply. Imagine you're trying to raise an army. What's the first thing you do? Raise an army? Right, an army out of just normal folks.
I suppose I give them a reason, something to get their blood going. Wouldn't be too hard.
A symbol. You'd want a symbol to rally support, wouldn't you? Especially if your people are ancients and set in their ways.
So, you're saying our Ulstrix, our master of the Gorgons, needs this thing? What is it? Some kind of divine spear? Is a symbol to help convince the other Gorgons to follow it?
Yeah, that's what I believe. Why does it need to do that? Why does it need the spear? Or why does it need the support of others like it? What is Ulstrix? All interesting questions. What I know is what I learned from the stone in our meager archive. What I know is what I learned from the stone in our meager archive. Okay. I was able to find other records of epicrysts, rubbings. That was my first clue. An epicryst is like an ancient storytelling device, a way for telling a time-honored myth, but maybe in a different order or fashion. That's what I think. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting swept up. I checked the story elements here against some of our older legends. You know, that tall tale, kind of a poem or a song in some places, Queen of the Seas. No, but get to the point. Our stone tells almost the same story, almost. And according to our version, the spear was laid to rest in a named cavern. It's on one of our maps.
Ooh.
So that gives us an advantage, right? We know where it is?
But they've got a pretty big head start, so...
I don't know if it has anything to do with this, but Gorgon sightings are picking up again. Now seems like a good time for us to get started.
We've all changed, remember? I used to not have this growth on my face.
Mhm.
All the havoc those things caused. We couldn't stop them. But we're ready this time, are we?
Aren't we?
Vengeance roars in my blood. I plan on feeding it.
Whoa. The shadows deepen. All monster groups will draw an extra monster card in every battle.
Okay.
Lame.
Okay, so chapter 2, investigate Gilana altar. We have 350 days left. Clear Gorgon sites to get more time. So I think our
Altars
first
all the way
step
down
should be to
here.
get a new character and then take it from there.
Sure. Where's Gilana's altar?
It's all the way at the bottom.
It's the one with the little sword icon on it.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was just mousing over the territory and I didn't see the name.
Yeah, we could
Okay.
recruit a character? Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
think
we were
that's
doing?
the best. Ooh,
it's
geometry
here.
of magic. Ilana's out of sorts and Jess thinks she has the answer.
Oh, do I?
Things in Clover Pass are drunk or sleeping. The last greasy lights wobble in quiet windows. At least, mostly quiet.
Shut your blurt pipe, you musty old old bird. You've been off all night.
The merry stumbler scrapes along the back alley, fragments of foamy song following after, fading into the early dew. The night doesn't slosh so easily in every belly.
Hey, you look sad. Don't.
Wow. Just slightly. I don't know. Don't worry about it.
I know what it is.
Ugh. I don't even know what it is.
You're out of shape. You have to exercise more. Have to get your blood going,
Wow,
your
too real.
lungs pumping. Wrestling's good exercise. Want to do some wrestling?
No. Jess, normal people don't. What? What's a face for?
Because I just had the perfect idea. There's this mystical order. They live out in seclusion. They're all about training the body to unshackle the mind. I'm sure they teach us one or two tricks, or at least give us a quiet meal.
Ooh.
So they set out in the morning, much too early.
Sounds good.
Oh, are we?
Sounds like something I would make Jess do.
You're taking Meek?
Yeah, Meek needs more experience than Juice.
And Juice is going to recruit? Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Story continues. Don't we
Over
use-
generations, sorry.
Go ahead.
A modest compound has grown near Pyre of Zinlo. Some folks have come here to gain wisdom and strength, while others grew up inside its protection. It's a place of relative seclusion, inhabited by an order of knights focused on peacefully owning their bodies and minds to work in concert.
Hey, you. You know how to use that spear?
Somebody want to do the voice for this person?
If you wish to speak to the dead, you'll find it easy enough. If you wish to listen to them, that's the real trick. Oh, all right. I could talk to a butterfly, a blade of grass, an angled shadow in the corner. But to hear these things, to really attend to what they say or sing, I must assemble a codex within my own body for interpreting all I sense.
Yeah.
Want some nut bread? Wow.
Yeah.
Without another word, she turns and leads them down a hill path, darkened and dappled by the sun-threaded cloud cover, into a sparsely treed field, rolling green-strewn land marked by low, gentle walls.
There it is, a nice nut loaf.
It doesn't look suspicious at all.
Hey, listen, Jess here convinced me we were going to do some kind of... Well, there's apparently a group of philosopher knights making their home around here. Is that you? You mean the Warless Order?
Yeah.
That is us. You want training, then? I see. The wise seeker doesn't ask for bread, but for the skill of baking. You really think you're worthy to train with an ancient order of still quite youthful-looking knights? Yes?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. It always works best with the worthy ones. Hi, Squid. Well then, pleased to meet you. I'm AIM. Bringing the thought self and the meat self together begins with your name. But it's only the beginning. Thought self and the meat self. I like that. Together, we'll make the metaphysical much less meta and a lot more physical.
Woahhjess!
Wait, did Blue Squid just gift a sub in my channel to you and in your channel to me?
Could
Yes.
be.
Oh,
Thanks,
wow.
Squid.
Thanks, Blue Squid.
Good job, Squid.
Now I, too, can join the Actually Club.
Actually, over the next week, they train, eat, and sleep on a schedule. Abe's style is...
Okay, so this is the choice between what bonuses you're going to walk
accuracy
away
and
with.
potency. Accuracy and potency.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Exploratory and unsteadying.
It's a week
It's a week-
full
sorry.
of experimental astrology.
My mom just called, so I'm gonna text her
Okay.
to ask what's up.
Thank you,
Prolonged
Squid.
discomfort. And the recalibration of sense and reflex.
Cool.
Sunset approaches on their final day of training. AIM leads them into the closeness of a nearby wood. The resinous air sparkles. She halts. Exertion is that way by which body and mind are exhausted, and from exhaustion springs growth. Exerting mind and body together, we access the geometry inside ourselves. Geometry?
Is that what I've got all banging around in there?
The shape you make, your spirit, meat and bones. Didn't you know that that's the basis for magic? It's not an ethereal energy. It's present in the alignment of every physical thing. You can channel it and direct it if you're conscious and practice enough. Sensing and manipulating that geometry makes you powerful.
But shouldn't magic be from reading? You can't be magic and muscular.
Uh-oh. Random encounter. Out of a sudden shadowy knot of smoke comes an ambush.
Ambush, ambush, ambush.
Ooh.
What, I get
Accuracy and
plus
potency?
3 potency? Come on. She gets
Promise
plus
is-
3. I get 0.3.
Oh, you only got 0.3? Wow.
You both got the same thing, though.
Oh,
You both got accuracy and potency.
Yeah, I thought we got the same, but
You did.
I want to see my stats, man. My stats. My potency is 4. It was enough to push me to the next level, so I guess that's cool.
You're so potent.
swashbuckler plus 20 crit chance. What a silly squid. Ooh,
I love
very
just the
nice.
little rock. Whack.
These are easy battles with these quick encounters.
Yeah, easy.
They're meant to be. Oh my
love it.
gosh. An artifact wand? Get out of here.
Is that better than what I have? Whoa, I can put it in an empty slot.
Yeah, put it in an empty slot. You can switch between the two, I guess, if you want.
Wow.
Interfusion is a free action once per turn with this
The
artifact.
Swan Scepter. Whoa, that's so nice.
Free interfusion seems nice.
Yeah.
We're doing boss.
Where did they come from?
Were we betrayed? No, that was just Rosa and Hanya. Stand up, you rascals. The ostensibly dead cultists rise sheepishly to their feet and tug off their disguises.
Aim, take it seriously.
Hi, ladies!
This cool lady's Rosa, and that ploppy, humorless ogre is Hanya. Think of it as the final test. An easy one, perhaps, given your abilities, but one you've certainly passed.
I guess we'll go back to our nightly philosophizing.
I prefer to think of it as philosophical knighting. What?
What just happened? Am I all right? Oh, am I right? Phew, I'm glad they're gone. What just happened to me? But anyway, what was I saying about enlightenment? Ah, yes, surpassing our limits always takes a refiguring. We're redrawing the lines inside ourselves. Ooh. If we do it with carefulness and wisdom, the new shapes inside us grow more aligned to the geometry of magic, the geometry of all things. They leave the woods, a small, silent procession. Bidding their instructor farewell, they embark on a journey across the night. Bye. They walk long enough that all the stars have sprouted. We're hunched over and it hurts my back just looking at it.
It makes no sense, of course, but this kind of talk rarely does. I'll let it be. I'll think my own muscles know better than I do. Anyway, we got some good exercise in.
You sense something, looking at the figure of trees. Trunks, boughs, patterns. My body recognizes it, molds to it when I walk unseen. I wonder if it's the same. Mist takes form, but they keep marching to the verge of dawn. Hi, Coco.
Whoa. Hello, Coco.
Hi, Coco.
Thinking back, I'm glad you dragged me out of that tavern.
So, return the favor and drag me back to it.
Haha, sure. Right. So we go have a drink then?
Yeah. Level 3 plus 10. Oh, I'm older than all of you now.
No, you just stay in the party longer.
Yeah, I'm older than all of you now.
Oh. Right.
Don't sleep on compulsion. It's actually quite good. Because you can move enemies within range of like the warriors who may be ready to attack them.
That totally seems good.
Ooh, that does seem good. Thank you, MJ, for gifting us up to woahhjess. Nice.
My bot.
Now your bot can post all the messages.
Let's say composure.
Well, the links.
Compulsion.
We need some composure. We need some composure for sure.
Our composion's low right now.
New recruit. Exclamation join. Put your name in the name queue.
Oh, yeah.
If you joined earlier, you're still in.
We gotta get
I know,
a goof.
it just makes us-
snarky goofball.
We gotta
Snarky
work
goofball.
longer. I like snarky goofball.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna pull. Doesn't matter which chat you say join in.
Exclamation join, everybody.
Can't win if you don't join.
Thanks for the lurks, Calico Gobold. All right, let's do this.
Oh.
Pinoy. Nice. Pinoy boy.
Norbert.
Boss went twice for some reason. I don't know why. You get double the berries, I guess. Looks good. I think Juice is adjusting you a little.
I know what Noiboy looks like, relatively.
Sounds good. Yeah, fix the face.
Join everybody.
And then what class do we want Noibert to be?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Would it be better to have
hunter
another,
or
hunter? Maybe?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I mean, really, either can be good. It's just kind of whatever.
Sure, we'll just do another hunter right now. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, good me.
Then you're the voice of Noibert, Ilana.
Me? Okay. The 3 Nerdsketeers has reached Turning Horn. I've been waiting my whole life for this opportunity.
Well, we haven't been around that long, but
Sorry,
if you want,
Nerdskeeters.
I could sign your.
Huh?
mm,
Listen, what if I told you that my father was a renowned cowherd? Not because he was any good with cattle, but because he beat a bull god in combat and won him good fortune. And then Grandpa, legend is, he threatened a flood so severely that it turned on its tail before it reached Turning Horn. Which is why the town continues to be known for its unmatched magical artifact museum.
I think I've heard that story.
The point is, my blood is the blood of exceptional people. You know what kind of pressure comes with that? And so, I've been searching for a chance, any chance, to snag some renown of my own. Let me join you.
Right then, let's see if we can't channel that hero juice into something useful.
Hero juice. Yeah.
A hunter.
Okay.
Welcome, Pinoy boy.
Welcome to the team.
We're training you right now.
Hi, Jen. Hello. Jump jaw.
I think we should reroll.
Okay.
Should we?
Yeah. Fox flight's the way to roll, I think.
Yeah, fox fight's so good.
Double
Hi,
fox
Jen.
fighters.
Yes. All the fox
Okay.
fight.
So we have 285 days. They go pretty quick.
Mine says 236.
Yeah, what's the 285?
I don't know. Mine says 285.
Mine
at the
says
top.
236, apparently.
Mine says 236 too.
I'm looking at your screen. It says 285 on both of your screens at the top.
It's 236.
Chapter 2, investigate Galana.
Oh,
Altar.
we're looking at incursion.
Yeah.
You're looking at investigate. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
285 days
I'm
sounds
with you
like a
now.
lot, but it goes pretty quick.
This one's
So-
got infestation.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get to that one to get to where we go. So I suggest that we just go straight there, and then if we have time, we can kind of double back to take care of some extra business if we want.
What if I want
like
to be
that.
looking at the stat screen, game? Stop closing it. My retirement age is 78.
Why? I don't want to work that long.
Yeah, right?
I think it probably just closes when I tell it to do stuff.
It does.
Yeah.
Every
'cause the
time.
multiplier thing.
So
Clear
just tell me if you need some
investigation?
time. Okay.
Attack.
Attack!
I'm just saying, when the job needs doing and needs doing quickly, some of us bash the skulls, and others stand in the corner and commune with the furniture.
Wow.
I'm not saying which is better. I'm just saying.
Hey, that furniture has some pent up rage like you wouldn't believe.
Huh? Yeah. Zoom tight. I thought I saw a snake, but it was just a vine, I guess.
Deep in the undergrowth of Tanric's finger, the elusive vine stalks its prey. It has a surprise on its side, and not a lot else.
He leaves. Juice leaves.
Yeah.
Oh,
What? Yeah, I said yeah.
Juice, what do we do?
Whatever you do it quick.
oh my gosh, Juice.
Oh? Let
I
me
feel like my
interfuse
person
with
would be
the
upset
vines.
about this.
I mean vines. I don't know why I said binds. Cut it. I'm
So you
struggling
have a
today, y'all.
91% chance with Jess, or 100% chance with
Yeah.
me.
It's also 100%
Eek.
on my screen.
Do it. Do it, Meek.
It may be feisty, but it's still made of vine stuff.
Find stuff.
Okay, but watch it, all right? He is literally winding around him.
Hack slash thwomp. Whew, looks like it stays down at least.
You okay?
I think so. You're gonna have to walk me through some of the moves you used back there. The precision was spectacular. Let's hope the Gorgons are as easily incapacitated.
Just a moment.
All heroes gain
Courage.
+2 damage and potency for 3 turns. Oh, we've got a fire bro. Spirit.
Fire spirit.
Ooh, nice. It's gonna get the first turn and run away from us.
How do I switch weapons?
You just hit swap.
Q.
Oh, swap. I'm not sure which is which. Which is the one that... Swan Scepter gives me a free action with Interfusion.
It just makes interfusing not cost an action. But the other one is gonna do better damage on a stunt.
Yeah. How often do stunts happen?
It depends on what your percentage, your numbers are, basically.
Maybe I shouldn't have moved there.
You can do backwards in the top right.
No, oh, you can? Oh, yeah, undo. Okay, it's fine. I'll just move over here.
Hi, Roll.
Okay, so we could
Hi,
give
roll.
Noiboy the spirit because then he would get a level 1 weapon.
Go get it,
that's a good
Noiboy.
idea.
0.
Go get it.
Okay, let's do that.
But he's also going to be exposed here.
Can we just put them in silk step after this?
No.
It's okay. I'll walk up there and interfuse with a rock or something.
I can get in his way too. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm just meat shielding at this point.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're controlling Noiboy, not me.
I was gonna ask, but I would have done the same thing. So, you know,
Okay. I will.
we're making
hands off.
decisions as a group.
Oh, I got an achievement.
Nice. What achievement?
I don't know. By the time I noticed they were there, they were gone.
Oh. I mean, we'll make decisions as a group, except for that time that I hit next when
I
we
have so
were
many
getting
options.
upgrades.
I'm gonna throw a rock. All right.
Do it.
It's blocked.
Son of a. Well, you got-
I tried.
You did great.
Alarm. Shredded. Oh,
Ow.
boy.
Oh no, we can't die like this. I can compel them to move somewhere. Can I use my interfusion to attack an enemy with an enemy?
No. And compelling them right now would do very little.
I'm gonna flash cone them. I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
I'm gonna try blinding them.
That's the same thing.
Oh, that's what I just did. Yeah, I blind.
Oh. And I won't do that. I don't think it deals any damage. Nothing left in the room to interfuse with.
Okay. Did I just do him? Or did you do
I
it?
did.
Okay, good.
Was it?
Good.
Yeah.
No, I just
Okay.
clicked on something and then.
Yeah, I was
and
just
got nervous.
doing a shoot. Just a regular shot. Because he's got some cover. Nice. Wow.
Can't tell if I was able to hit it with that thing.
I think you hit it. The other one?
No, like
don't
the
know.
stone fox I just interfused with. I wasn't sure if I was able to hit with it or not. Because he killed it too fast.
Yeah. Obviously there's more.
Yeah, behind the door, probably.
I'm gonna go scout over here. Okay, nothing in here.
Were we able to like jump over the stuff?
No, but you should be able to go diagonal around it.
Yeah, I
And
think
should-
once you move.
The one corruption magic damage is okay because your magic shield comes back after every turn.
Oh, okay.
So as long as you don't take more than one, you won't take any actual damage.
Okay, so yeah, they're in there. Bogmore and
Okay.
Bro.
Let me move up.
Get a
I
meat.
can
Okay.
have
Nice.
Juice just jump over there and kapow.
Wow. Wow. 0 damage, good.
Alright. I can't do anything. That's not true.
Can you interfuse with those mannequins in there?
No.
Oh, bummer, dude.
Do you have to have a line of sight on them to interfuse with them?
Yeah, I think they're too
Yeah.
far.
Oh, yeah.
Now I can interfuse with them.
Do it.
The textiles?
No, the mannequins.
Oh,
that
the
are
mannequin.
next to
Oh,
the
there's mannequins in
cabinet.
this room. Yeah, I can.
Oh. Don't
Not
eat-
even
don't
needed.
eat
Lover's
yet.
vengeance. Nice.
I don't even think you all need a mystic. You got this handled.
Ooh. Meek.
Yeah, Meek could really use a shield.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Meek. Sure. Calamities.
Okay, let's.
And now we have
secure-
everyone has a tier 1 weapon already. How exciting! Plus 50
Very
days.
Yeah. So when we attack a Gorgon site, we get bonus time.
Nice.
Okay, because we like weaken them.
More
Okay.
armor.
Juice is lower, but Noiboy has none, so I think we should probably give it
Yeah.
to Norbert.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Noiboy looks
So-
uncertain.
We have time. Should we scout like the prairie or the barley plain?
Yeah, this one has infestation happening.
Yeah.
True there. Hmm.
Rain Prairie.
Brown Brad Blind.
Okay.
What's happening now?
Annoying color.
What is?
Sorry, I had to sneeze. The sky. I wish I could talk to
Why?
a Dralv right now. Share a pie. You know what I mean?
I keep thinking this is left to right, but why?
Just because, I don't know. I'm curious to know. What makes a Dralv's lizardy little heart race suddenly? I don't know. It's weird. And I could also, do with the rest, maybe. Maybe we both could. Maybe I'd ask Tommy Drav, seriously, if there wasn't some piece of the future we could each promise the other. Yeah. Sorry. You want to talk, maybe?
Yeah, no,
Oh boy, this one. You get to be the cat.
have trouble matching that noise to a lizard camp. You know what it sounds like? A domestic quarrel.
Yeah? Well, we're well away from the place Ilana said to meet. Shouldn't be driving this way.
This. Scrow. Scrow.
You need like actual pots and pans right now.
Ow. Ah, hoofed. Girl.
Hey, kitty cat.
Please, don't call it that.
What? Kitties are kitties.
Meow. Godora.
Watch it!
Girl. This cat has like a creepy shadow. Girl.
Hey. Is it sad that its playmate ran away?
Godora.
Playmate? It's lunch more like. Don't just have random sympathy. It gets you tangled up in things.
Owner's not home? Actually, it seems like something happened to them. They just simply went elsewhere.
It's been since summer, possibly. The cold clothes are up on their hooks.
Godora.
I'm not imagining it. This thing's depressed.
At least acting the part. Yeah, how creepy.
Well, it doesn't seem to hate us.
I'll keep my wand steady all the same.
Just saying, anything that doesn't hate me, I'm going to be pretty excited.
Oh wait, look! He came back!
Meow.
Is it maybe that cat keeps bothering this thing?
Godora.
I don't know. There's this.
A book?
Mm-hmm. A little book.
Carl?
Pop.
It's a cookbook?
I don't. No, it's a journal. Notes, recording of a long thing, a task. Can I try and read some?
I'm curious, yeah.
Carl.
So it starts day one. Today I start my dark little spell journal. So it's, yeah, a spell journal. Flipping through, there's lists and drawings, diagrams, but it goes on. I shall here document lucidly and diligently as I may. My preparations, my processes, my observations. I do not yet know if, how, and to what effects this spell shall succeed, but I am resolved in my course to see it through. And there's an amendment. See it almost through. The final turn scares me. It's frightening magic we channel! Exclamation point.
You're saying the person wrote out exclamation?
Of course not.
The cramped indoor hour passes.
Day 10. The spell is cast, and yet today he languishes, same as yesterday. Sleeps, and raises his eyes blearily like a cat 9 times his age.
His voice lends a listenable music to the writer's unstylish lines.
Day 34. I grow sure. Small signs that seemed like delusions at first. Manufactured meanings sprouted of a man's hope-wild imagination. They're like letters retraced, becoming starker, clearer. Things are changing.
Herb dust, the seeped-in smoke of incense, books and their book covers, the tired beams of rosewood. These soft old cottage smells combine. Blanket weight, the mulled odor sinks around their shoulders. Growing especially comfortable in this place and time, like winter warmth.
Last entry. Noticing the writing's gone weirder. I like it better, but it makes me more, I don't know, melancholy. Day 62. My brains become a fiddle string.
Wow.
As vibrating, focused, lonesome as that, my mind narrows and every thought is a pressed note along the stinging single strand.
Is this guy a
A
superhero?
solitary stem from which not every sound or contemplation I would once have easily produced may now flower.
Find the words he uses pretty exhausting, don't you?
Perhaps old age would have always been like this, at least shy. Continues to mend. For the first time today, he ate with gusto. The whole herring I brought him. I've gone back in my old diaries to check, it's been just over 2 years. And as I must have noted previously, it's this extended span of smallish changes I find most heartening. The pattern and pace speak to me of momentum, a steady motion that may carry forward far into the future, if near forever. I find myself fearing the end, but fear too is a new darling of mine, mortal fear. Fresh and clear and bright, it confirms for me that the world keeps its bargains. He strengthens as I waste down. This fate is what I wrought for myself, and for him, let's not be sad. And though it appears the tweaks I made failed, I think of that midnight orchid I so arduously hunted and harvested, so carefully separated, that those efforts have done nothing to mitigate or smooth out the transfer of my years. Let's not get down about it.
Okay, so then, twist. He actually ends up fine and takes a happy little vacation, right?
Oh, sorry. It's kind of a sad story, but I am quite free of any regrets. Gratitude is what I feel. If you're reading this, believe me, mostly I am grateful. Now I wish to say, if you see Shy around, chase him off. That cat will live 1,000 years. I don't know where he'll go, but don't let him waste his new life here. For here, I will soon be bound. To what extent I shall eventually diminish, it seems hard to guess. I suspect I shall be nothing but a shadow soon. Lightless, thoughtless, meaningless, and without memory, a shade. May you live long, dear reader, never needing to learn the lengths you'd go to save the ones you love.
Kada.
He signs his name, Jogan Sedge, Foolish Warlock of Lankmeadow.
How maudlin. Then the shadow thing is what's left of him?
Seems like. All right. Well, we have an option. We can do what the guy wanted and lead his cat away from here, or we can do what he wanted or cause trouble. I will tell you the difference. The first one, someone will get the pet cat, and the second one, the person will get a pet spirit cat thing, shadow cat.
Ooh.
Pet cat or pet
It's
cat?
gonna be for you, Jess,
For me?
because both of them
As the
are
mystic.
for mystic.
Yeah.
The cats just do mystic things.
So it's kind of like, what do you want, Jess?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know.
Some folks in chat are saying the regular cat.
Yeah, I know, but this is really sad because he's like, was he? I don't know. What do you all think? Do you think the spirit wants us to do it, or do you think they're friends?
I mean, I know that I understand the difference, so I feel like I should be quiet about it.
Claiming Light says, do you want an alive cat or a dead cat?
I don't know.
Do you want like creepy, ghostly familiar, or do you want like a black cat familiar?
That will live for 1,000 years?
Yeah.
Both sound good. Yeah, I agree.
All right. Then
I just-
maybe just go with.
I'm kind of sad to separate them.
Yeah, me too. Isn't there a third scenario where we bring both?
Yeah, because they're still hanging out together. I'm sad to make this choice because I don't want to take them. I don't want to.
HKMN says, I guess he said the cat will be okay regardless. So maybe the shadow cat. Yeah, because the cat's gonna live 1,000 years no matter what.
Yeah. Okay, let's take the shadow cat.
Okay.
That sounds good.
The cat knows. Shy agrees with me.
What do you think he knows? That you can be an annoying, that you can be an annoyingly poop.
Oh my God.
He comes back. He keeps coming back with how long we're supposing it's been. Doesn't have to mean something?
I don't know. Some creatures really have a hard time giving up on hollow homes on the dead. Anyway, the warlock did predict he'd need chasing off. And look. Look what they become to each other.
So go talk to him.
Talk to the cat. Me?
Don't chase him off. See if he'll realize a little who it is he's scrapping with.
And you're gonna do what?
I'll be busy. Whatever spell of transfer this man worked, by his own admission, he left it incomplete. Saw it almost through, as he put it. So I'm wondering, can another wanting to man come in and, I don't know, try and write a better way, a better place for their stories to end up?
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Thirsty?
Meow. Meow.
Because if you are, find me a bucket with a bottom, or you can dive down the well.
Meow.
Yeah, agreed. But shouldn't take too long.
And love never did anything magical to those people, just turned them old. I always kind of thought, I have no idea if this is me or Jess, but nope, that's you.
But there's things you learn on your way home, on your way from here to there, and on your way home.
Jess, see if we'll come inside.
Cat,
I like
come
that I'm
inside.
playing the cat.
Hear that? I'm sure I'd
Meow.
probably agree with you. I'm reading from left to right, up to down.
It's okay.
Tell me you don't read comics without telling me. You don't.
Yeah.
Guess I have to remind you that the others are alone out there, could be fighting our battle without us.
God. In the oven's hot glow, the cottage seems not much different. There's one layered on smell, cold, dark, and unfamiliar. And a hue to the shadowing that perhaps wasn't there before?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a process, mostly just combing through the journal and figuring out what he'd left undone. So then I had to button up the pants, so to speak, of this weird, creepy spell. Big thing was, we burned what's called Phantom Freesia. Seems our warlock collected it, dried it, but didn't use it. With that, there were some, fairly eldritch incantations. A soul unshelled and bared for swallowing, shorn of its hull, shucked even if its shadow. I don't blame the guy for leaving them out. Those words just sounded bad.
You were chanting this stuff?
Well, no, I actually spellcast pretty quiet, I guess. But anyway, things resolved after that. The color flooded up in him and,
Kodoro.
Resolved. So, what even was this? This magic, I mean. Not my standard sort, would you say?
Doesn't sound
Yeah.
like it.
It's weird. I can't really confidently say, except that it seems to be the sort of thing where the caster's not intimately involved. Does that? Or like, that it's still the same thing of this conversation between Flame and Flower, but there's no human listener or contributor? No mystic, I guess I just mean. But would that make sense?
That's actually pretty insightful read of things. Does that work?
Well, anyway, I don't know exactly what's changed, except there's more calm in him, less panic, almost more awareness, maybe self-awareness?
Meow. Shy gives to the shadow his long, unreadable gaze. And he takes a step inside, and another.
This good?
I don't know.
Meow. Goro. Meow. Comes a noise of light being split down its seams, and a blinding unbrightness somehow painful to see. Scavash! In that moment, without cognition, it seems strange claws may have snatched them from the river of time. Miara. But they're here again, whole. Miara. Miara?
What's happening right now?
I don't know. Looking for me? Where are you? Are they pulling one on me? Good on them if they are. You there? Oh, this is probably one of our other characters.
Yeah, the voice through the window breaks their stupor. I'm looking for my husband, Juice, and for Jess. You inside this glowing hut? Jenny Druv and her snouty friends, all scrambling up the plains. Please say you're in there.
We're inside, yeah.
It almost seems he senses them going. Kiar.
This is you still.
For the shadow melded cat then decides.
This is still
Oh, yeah? And that was Juice? Or is Jess doing your voice? Well, wait, I guess that probably doesn't matter, does it? I lost 20 goof, but I'm still very goofy.
No, look, it totally can nuzzle Juice.
you. It could, but it's way more useful for it to nuzzle you.
Nuzzle Jess.
No.
Get a pet. We got a
You
achievement.
get a pet cat. You don't want a pet cat?
But my character said no. I was just narrating the no. I'm okay with it.
This
Okay.
is just the cat has claimed you.
Okay.
The cat has claimed you.
But no, I know how this will be. You'll keep me awake, wine for scraps, everything.
I feel quite wounded, honestly. You talked to that cat him for a few hours, sure, but I believed in Shadow him. Doesn't that matter?
Well, we still don't even know.
Know what?
Don't know exactly what remains or what's new, even just what he is now.
Switchy.
Well, if he follows, he follows. If he dies, he dies. Others are where?
Holding a line of 2 just this way, out on the prairie. And so were brought together 2 figures of story, Jess and the shadow cat who protected her.
Of what? No, don't eat that.
Oh, that's you.
I'll just have to feed you, huh?
Yara.
This is too reminiscent of my cat.
Yeah. Looks like you're leaving the fire roaring.
We let the glow of the last spell linger. I like the way it sounds.
Okay, wow. Ooh, hot.
So now
These are different.
Now I have a cat.
you have a cat. So if we go to your character sheet, you see the cat there with you now.
Pet shadow
And
cat.
Shadow cat.
A gloom-formed cat slinks where Jess's eyes go, exerts its uncertain powers that are drawn from some unnamed source. Shadow cat. The cat
So
shreds
once-
4 warding from the target enemy.
Yep.
Oh,
It's a
swift
free
chase.
action. Exactly. So before you attack it with something that does magic damage, you can shred their defense of it first.
Oh, because warding is like
freezies.
magic armor.
Yep.
Oh, that's why you wanted me to take the kitty cat.
Indeed.
Jess is so cool.
Also,
I
it
have a
matches
pet cat.
your hair. so that's
Yeah,
nice.
right? It does match my hair.
All right.
I love how our gear and stuff changes our art. It's really cool.
Yeah, it updates.
Yeah.
Can either of you do any damage to this haunt? Maybe like hit it with Neubert or something like that, just so that I can punch it.
Sure.
Because it has the first attack is going to be ignored.
I could try interfusing to a hill.
Do it.
Spectre Step is gone now.
Perfect.
Nice. Yeah, because your attacks are much stronger overall. Makes sense.
Should I kill this haunt or damage the stump?
I guess kill one, just one less attack we need to worry about. Or maybe Ilana can get a shot on. Oh, probably.
Oh, I can try.
You might as well try. Oh, perfect. So then that makes it
Beautiful.
easy.
Yeah, I'll damage this thing.
Do it.
Or
Son
not.
of a biscuit.
It's very fitting for an introverted character to make friends with a spirit cat. That's true.
Yeah.
Now
yeah.
I have a spirit cat. You're all jealous of my cat.
A little
pet.
bit jealous. Yeah. I'm just a bit jealous.
Okay. I can move forward to the storm throat, or I could kill this stump. But it'll kind of depend on what y'all can do or want to do.
Let me try to kill this stump with Noi Boy. Or no?
Sure. Or Jess already has the hill interfused. I don't know if she can reach anything else with it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll
Just
try.
wanna try.
Son of a biscuit. You got bad luck right now.
It's because of my cat. Black cats and all. You know what they
Over
say.
here. Hey, don't. As a probably will be a lifelong black cat owner over here.
Dang. One shot, one kill.
Hi, Smokin'.
Hi,
could-
Smokin'.
I could probably impel one of them up to like Meek or something, or up to Juice.
You can
Ooh.
try. I won't be able to kill it, but it'd probably be better just to try to damage it. If you can.
Alana has an action.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just shoot it. Oh, I can't shoot it. Why can't I shoot it? Oh, I'm
You're
too far away. Nah, heck. Okay. I'll just come over here then.
Oh no.
Do you think this is our last thing?
What do you mean?
Last enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Shoot it.
Oh, are
Shoot
you
it
kidding me?
better.
Well, you did good, so it doesn't matter.
I wasn't worried. Hey, we got a new bow. Does anybody need a new bow?
No.
I don't think so.
I'll give it to Meek, so she has an alternate range attack.
Sure.
We're so sleepy today.
Yeah, I feel that. The Drowven are routed. Battles led them down a boulder's roam where gray grass matches the cloud color. Someone doing dragon pictures? Hey, Juice. Old Juice, the fighter we deserve. You badly hurt?
Huh?
So, what's your favorite monster?
Oh, I'd say the Lynx Lady Charvanya, because, well, like to imagine us meeting, if you know what I mean.
Got to be a classic, like the Kraken! 800 arms and a wise-eyed face. Strength to move the continents.
Those answers are fine, but some of us will always love a dragon. I know, it's the most typical monster of all, probably. I can't help it. Think about finding a clutch of dragon eggs hidden somewhere. Raising one to be my sarcastic and humorously voracious companion. Sounds great.
Can't wait till we're around a fire.
The stories will soar.
Whoa. That was abrupt.
How did you suddenly become rivals?
For some reason. All right.
Because we disagree on what the coolest monster is.
Yeah. Build up some defenses.
Yeah. I'm just keeping an eye on our days left.
Hello! Welcome in!
Time for pie.
Pie.
More accuracy.
Noibert or Ilana.
I don't even have the
Noibert is
option
way
of
low.
taking
Flavor
it.
needs more.
I don't think you can use knee pads as a mystic.
Yeah, let's give it to Noi Boy.
Okay. It will take us 12 days, 10 days to complete, and then another. Okay, so we could probably put up some defenses to be safe.
Sounds
and then
good.
Sure, let's do it.
Does
200 days.
a larger group establish defenses faster?
Yeah. So each person contributes to the overall effort, and then whenever it's like a physical thing like building, warriors have some 2-time bonus, I think.
Oh, that's cool because they've added strength,
Yeah.
presumably. Yeah.
Okay, we patrol. All right, 142 days left. We could go to Tanric's Finger and throw up some defenses, or maybe even scout. That would take us 21 days to have plus 10. We could scout the next thing.
Yeah, let's do that. We have time.
Yeah, we just have to be
This
kind of
is
quick.
where the assault is.
Yeah, we have to get back down there.
Yeah. Incursion.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
we're good.
Token of affection. The wares are sturdy enough for somebody like you, if that's what you're wondering.
Not looking for myself today, actually. I need something for my other half, for Ilana.
Of course, Ilana.
I call her old squishy pants, if you know what I mean.
Squishy pants. Is this a painted silk Ilana? A shimmer and weave Ilana? There are bead-bedecked Ilana types out there. Maybe she's one of those.
Patient Ilana. And good thing too, or I'd be one lonely mockingbird. She's a rare find, one I don't entirely deserve. The traveling, tracking, and fighting, it takes up whole seasons now. It's worn even Ilana thin last few weeks especially. She gets this sad look sometimes when we're walking. Smiles when I call her name, but it's a brittle smile. I'm not sure what to say. But when we're out under the stars, she's still the closest thing I've got to peace. I've taken that for granted over time. So I thought if I found something to show how I... You did not need to know all this.
Folks usually save it for the barkeeper. Appreciate the context, though, if you want my opinion. Can't go wrong with a sash, or just tell her what you told me. Can't go wrong with the sash. I want potency.
Okay.
I can stitch a custom message on it. Takes a few hours, though, and honestly costs more than the sash itself.
That's all right.
Sounds like a waste. Fair. This one's probably good enough as is. I don't know, the voice has changed like 5 times.
You're doing great. Hey, it's Ilana.
Ah, you're back.
Listen. Oh, sorry.
Listen. Did something happen to the tent? It won't even stand. I've been yanking it around all evening.
Well, look at it. We'll look at it later. I was thinking tonight we could have a sit over on the hill, watch the stars pop.
Now?
Breeze is still warm. Plus, I got you something.
Oh.
And then you got it. It doesn't.
Yeah.
You don't like need to equip it or anything. This will take. Hold on. How long does it take? I can't see. We need fabrics.
What's happening? What is this?
I'm trying to decide. Okay, so this will take 12 days to compete. Yeah, we got time.
For the side quest?
Oh shit, there's a side quest.
Another side quest?
How long does that take? I don't want to be late. Jess slept unsoundly. The night that poured through the window was colder than anticipated, but then there was also Jess.
Then there was also Jess. What? Blink, blink.
Wake up, Jess. We have somewhere to go.
Why? Where? What time is it?
Time to be on the road. I'm sorry for the rush. Anyway, grab your gear.
My gear?
So in the middle of the night they went. Where they went, only Juice knew.
All right, we're going, I guess.
Well, hold on. Let's go back. Where does it want to take us? Hold on. Sorry. Skip. And we bring Ilana. That's
Crane
fine.
Henge? It takes us.
We're actually going to the same place we're going to anyway, so that's
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Okay. That's
So
good.
we'll have these two finish up
Then meet up.
and then
after.
meet up there, yeah.
100 days remaining.
Outfitter established.
Okay. Perfect. Those mountains. Journey ends there, I hope. Why don't you narrate, Ilana, since you're not in this one?
Okay. It's been a long trek. The campfires have been mostly quiet. When he has spoken of their destination, Juice has kept his descriptions sparse. He's mentioned a cave and a pool of water.
Gazing into the pool is supposed to give you some kind of, I don't know, a revelation.
The cloud of his past has settled on his forehead, shadowy, constant.
I wish you wouldn't over-explain.
You know when your heart tells you something, you have to follow it, don't you?
They climb down rocks through dust-blown gorges.
What are
and
you...
discover the hidden mouth of a cave.
I didn't even see the text that time. What are you hoping to find in there?
Okay, well, I have a choice. One, there's gaps in my life and a pain I've lived with that I can't explain. I want to know why, or darkness covers some of my memories. This feeling that I did something bad long ago.
Why do I have to come with you on this quest?
You don't want to come with me on my quest?
No, I'm just wondering why you brought me and not your wife.
She's so just mouthy all the time.
I am actually on the quest with you, please.
Let's do number 1.
Pain. So you're fighting back then? Good. We'll fix whatever it is.
Yeah.
They come upon the pool, not far inside, but there's someone standing before it. Juice, I'm Nan. Good to meet you.
You know my name.
Since you were a child, I've watched your progress. I knew we were destined to meet one day.
That's a bit of a claim.
I've heard this called the Pool of Visions.
You've heard wrong. In fact, it's the pool of revisions. Here you can see what would have happened if you were to change one decision in your life.
What? It's like a...
A window of regrets, then?
Undo button?
Or a mistakoscope, to put it simpler?
Right. I'd call it more of a mistakoscope. In any case, you may only look once, and only after you've defeated the challenge.
And the challenge is what?
In my youth, I was greedy, strong. I sought to slay the god beast, Mo Atona, to show my might. Rather than end me, she saved my soul, gave my life its purpose. Don't hold back. I am charged to test you.
If you're sure.
Raise your guard. Nan the Mighty. Wow.
Nan the Mighty. The mightiest Nan there ever was.
Alana is with us. Yeah, you're right. Oh, she's
Do
standing next
either
to
of
so
you-
much stone.
Want to do... Before I attack, I'll wait for you to decide what you want to do.
So, I can't spirit chase because she doesn't have any spirit armor, right?
Yeah.
I wonder...
Alistor would eat a Nan. I feel like you mean Non, which has 2 A's in it. In this case, you're just eating a grandma, which is a little weird.
I'm gonna throw this discus at her. After that.
There
Alright,
you go.
she dead.
Wow. You're very strong.
Not so mighty, Nan.
How come I don't get as much
It's
experience?
almost level 3.
You guys got 7, I got 6.
The final blow leaves the warrior, Nan, dazed and weaponless. Oof! She falls to a knee.
I'm afraid we're tougher than we look.
You've beaten me fairly and proven your worth as warriors. Take your one look into the pool of revisions. However, you should know that while you can see what would have been, you can never change what was. So what's the point? Juice steps forward as Nan steps back.
Ooh, what would you choose to look for? You know,
Yeah,
like if you had this
That's a good
opportunity.
question. He leans by the glimmering blue waters. The smell of damp minerals and cave moss fills his nose. Gazing in the pool, he sees nothing but the bottom. Until he sees himself, almost as he is now, out of time and place, in a place he hasn't quite forgotten. He can't remember what happened here, but there's a knife inside him, a sense of real hurt. He's speaking to someone, and the word comes to him in a flash.
Sister?
Oh. His sister is preparing to go on a long journey. They argue, and she turns away. Suddenly, he feels the ache of watching her go, realizes she never came home again, though he waited years.
I let her leave.
But in this vision, Juice follows and convinces her to stay. Their lives after that go on in whatever small village this was. Neither of them leave home, and they live wondering what they might have been if they'd made bolder choices. He stands, the memory of the pool fades. Waterlight dances on the dark cave roof.
You never told me about your sister.
I suppose I was trying to forget. I don't even recall where we lived or how we or what we... I think that she must have died somewhere far from home, and I must have left after that and buried my memories.
Then today, in a sense, you got your sister back.
I'm gonna look down now.
Before they go, Jess takes her own glance into what might have been. Ilana, too, decides to have a look. And then they file out, quiet eyes and thundering thoughts. Nan.
Classic Nan.
Oh, Nan.
2
Legacy
legacy
points.
points.
Cool.
At least
And
one
Juice
on my
is now a
screen.
Blue Horn Warrior. I would
Yay.
like to re-roll this, please. Oh, this is way better. Okay. Battle Dance. Melee attacks only cost Juice 1 action.
Ooh,
Huzzah.
sounds great.
Heck
So
yeah,
you, if you're
brother.
standing position, could attack twice then, right?
Or if I use my Zealous Leap, I can attack twice.
Nice.
So I could jump like 4 or 5 squares and then attack twice. It's
Awesome.
Wow,
pretty
that's great.
strong.
So 87 days left.
Yeah. We should. Ugh. I guess
You
we
could
could.
build a defense in Tanric.
Tanric. Sure.
30 days. Yeah, that's perfect.
Why didn't everybody go to there?
Still have time.
No, not really. I'll get nervous.
Yeah, it takes time to move there.
Mhm.
Now we have 46
just-
days.
Let's get her done, though. It's fine.
Sounds good.
I wasn't imagining it would be so picturesque.
That looks like a water slide. Anyone game? Quick break? The Cavern of the Sea Spear lies at the heart of a magnificent canyon. Sides of the canyon are smooth and sheer, marbled blue and pink, molded and mushed by the hands of titans when the world was clay. Now the stone is hard and sharp and glows. But the canyon's deep places are strung with fragrant, clear waterfalls and ruffled greenery. The mouth of the cave is hidden. In damp shadow and fern-feathered shade. But Jess spots it.
Oh.
What did just
Good
spot?
eye, Jess. And leads the way inside.
This way. Smell that? You probably don't know what that is.
It smells like the ocean.
Hmm?
Watch your feet. There's a few holes. I'm blue.
Jess follows her own echoes into the dripping depth. No eye has scraped these walls in centuries.
Except Ilana's eyeball.
Yeah, my eyeball's all over the place. The air is pickled and still. Yuck.
It's smoother down here, but look at the ceiling. It seems to go up and up. Something's glinting too. Slime or something. Hopefully not alive.
Oh boy. It's cold. Sinking to your bones.
Just
kinda
pickle-rific.
cold. Can't wait to get out of here. Jump in a hot bath.
Hey,
Hmm?
this looks like the end of the tunnel. The tunnel.
Carved and firm and ancient.
Whoa.
Mission.
Cool. Super cool.
Open the door.
Is this the end of the chapter?
Looks like it.
I think it's not. But we'll see. I think this is like halfway mark, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Calamine. He's a boss, a kind of mini boss, kind of. And if we kill him in one round, we unlock an Achievo that's pretty hard to get, since how oftentimes do you actually do this fight? So let's try our best.
Towering, reeking of algae and old water. it
Okay, so
stalks
should I
sedately
not
on its
fox fight
stony
and go on
limbs.
the aggressive then instead?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
so I can get up there and hit him, but that's about all from me. I don't think we're gonna kill him in one turn. Maybe. You could still fox flight.
Oh, right, because it's free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then shoot.
Ooh, I don't know that we can do this, but hold on. I'm gonna spirit chase.
Nice.
Man, there is not much to ward. Oh, just
There's
kidding.
a pillar behind him.
Yeah, the pillar.
Nice. All right, you just have to
Nice
do
Pinoy
like
boy.
12 damage. No problem.
It deals
You do 12
9
damage?
if I hit.
No. Maybe if you stunt.
Yeah.
Eh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Yeah, we. That fox light though. All right, here I will kerplow.
wasted one more turn.
I know.
Ugh. That
All right.
stinks.
All right, let's get what we came for.
Don't you wonder how that thing lived down here or where it came from?
The air in the chamber is clear and almost sweet. The corpse of the great guardian shrivels inside its carapace. Jess approaches the edifice. The spear is glass-like, grand. It radiates legacy and power.
Legacy and power. It's just strange. What can this thing really mean to them?
The poem is an oral heirloom. My guess is that the hero queen who wielded this lance in antiquity was actually a Gorgon.
Of course you've got a theory. Well, but... So it's some kind of emblem to them, maybe? Of a past hero.
As Jess grips the spear, a noise begins to grow in the outer tunnels. It's the noise of feet and hooves, of tortured lungs shoveling air, and the slicker squelch of creeping things.
Think so, Marie.
By the sound of it, a horde of Gorgon beasts is pouring towards this chamber.
We need to hope they don't cut off our escape. Even I don't believe we'll survive if we stay here.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Whoa!
So this is a juice weapon. Giant spear.
Yeah, it seems great. Stun damage. Okay. Oh, there's more.
Sorry, I can look at it again.
No, it's fine.
The spear of an ancient hero queen made of unbreakable glass that swirls with deepish hues. When swung, it seems to whisper and lowly roar like a distant ocean. Or a crowd of frozen souls. 8 damage, 2 range, 2 stunt, and then it does water and artifacts. Plus 1 stun damage.
Nice, that's cool.
It's very strong. So now we have to escape through this door.
I see a red
And the
tile out in the
Gorgons-
distance.
Yeah, and the Gorgons will keep coming, so we can't, like, stop to fight too much.
Okay, that makes sense.
And you may want to get both of the archers into Gray Plane.
Shielded.
I was just trying to move them closer first, but now it's like I have to, I don't know, back up to do Silk Step.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. It is freezing where I am, yes. The place where I live is known for being very snowy and cold this time of year. Awful noises and rank smells rush out of the dark.
Much as I'd love to stay and shred these blood bags, I've got an appointment with the sunlight.
We're not trapped. They're entering from a different tunnel.
Get
Get
her
her
squirt.
squirt.
Want me to lead?
Well, if she's right, our way may still be open. Let's avoid as much fighting as we can.
Escape is the only option.
It's been much
It definitely
easier
has
this
been
time.
easier, puppy, for sure.
Okay, so let me get juice. Oh, there. Let's leave. And I will stab the... Oh, heck. Okay. We're definitely gonna have to get through these two.
Okay.
Did
no
I not hit
problem.
that row either? Oh, no, I did. There's two of them. Okay.
Okay. Jess, do you know what you want to do?
No. Yes.
Make sure to move forward before you cast anything, because you do want to keep moving forward.
I can't.
Yeah.
If I move forward, I end my turn.
Oh, because one action for interfusion.
Yeah, but I can try attacking.
Sure. Nice. Like ricocheted on the bigger one.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll bring the range fighters up. Should I try to attack the row?
Go for the Geist, because you'll bypass
Okay.
its armor.
Right. Because we're under Shadow Step.
Mm-hmm.
Silk Step. Whatever.
You're in the gray plane.
Kill it! Kill it!
We're gonna have to walk through some goo.
Yeah.
Bogmore. Nice blocking.
I will order upon them and then maybe push forward, and I'll try to... Oh, I can still move a little bit.
Okay.
Full body block. I think now we just want to move up as far as we can, basically.
Yeah, I can't.
Meek has to move first, I think.
If I end my turn in the
You
goo,
can't
is
move.
that bad?
No, it's the same as passing through it, and it's not that bad, really.
I understand the risks.
Me too.
Schmidt sandwich. Hello.
Silk Step for both my shooties.
Raccoon.
Raccoon.
Go to right here.
This is actually pretty easy.
Now, what's this red tile over here?
That's where they keep spawning from,
Ah,
but then they still have to travel down that long hallway to get to us, and we're just trying to get to this
Gotcha.
blue area, so...
We're trying to get to the blue area? Okay.
Yep.
There's a Bogmar over to our right.
Yeah, he might try to grab with his tonguey bits.
I think he might get us. Man, you guys can travel far.
Yeah. Even though the Silk Step gives -1 speed, which I assume is distance, essentially.
The thing
Yeah.
is totally gonna catch me.
Nah, I'll stay here and block.
Well, we're gonna fight it. I wasn't planning on going any further, because then we'd just be like abandoning you.
Gonna just body block.
Oh, heck.
It's gonna body block.
Geist.
Just keep going. I think we'll see how this plays out, but I think it should be fine.
You think we keep going? We don't
I
shoot
think-
it?
I think Jess should definitely get past the opening.
I can
and
get
then-
to here.
Yeah, I would say just kind of keep going because I can get to down here and then even further.
Okay.
Alana, where'd you go?
I'm gone.
Gone forever. Can't believe you just abandoned us that way.
Bye.
Yikes.
They told me to.
Uh-oh.
You told me to.
Yikes, Ilana.
Oh, no.
I said I was going to stay behind.
Wow.
Make me
Unbelievable.
feel a bad friend.
What a good wife you are.
That's how
I
you
made
become
it
your
out!
own boss. I have no idea what's happening.
Victory.
You did great.
Good job.
Ilana,
Yay. Juice
abandonment.
level 4. Wait,
Yeah,
what?
how did you level again? What is this?
Because I got the bonus
Ooh.
level from the side quest. This is like a hunter thing, but since you're not, I don't know. I guess it could be anybody.
Does it have
I
to
think we
be
just-
on a melee weapon?
It will not apply poison to like a spell that you use.
Okay.
So you could carry it, and then if you needed to punch something, I guess you could apply it. But the reality
yeah.
is, it's probably just worth the spell thread to salvage it.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine with me. Elon abandonment. No, never.
Meek could use some bonus damage for surezies.
Sounds good.
Yeah, she could.
Bronze Horn Warrior.
Long reach.
I didn't even get a chance to look at them.
We
You
left
already-
that canyon and cave behind. The enemy's treasure in our hands. We should be joyful. But we know a clash is coming.
The truth is tough chewing. We're at war, us few who know it. Winning one hill doesn't decide anything.
We can only hope this small victory buys us time.
Oh, that was the end of chapter. Okay.
Oh, was it?
Nice.
It's probably a good ending point anyway.
11 years
11
of peace.
follow. Yeah.
During the years of peace, Storm Outfitter needed an angle to distinguish it from the others in the region. Juice proposed a yearly festival where its finest raiments would be shown off in a dance. The long and taskless days, Meek learned smithcraft. Didn't come easy to her, but it gave her a private way to hammer out her history, triumphs, terrors, and regrets. Fragments of herself she beat into the metal. Those who came to watch and later to wield her work felt safe thumbing the thumbing the charms graven in her hafts and hilts. Jess disappeared for a few months after grumbling something about.
That two-faced skunk owing me an explanation. I'm old now.
On her return, she seemed satisfied.
I'm wrinkly.
Well, just today, like 21 years has passed.
Yeah. Now that the job wasn't quite as dangerous, Ilana became a guide to travelers crossing the more treacherous stretches of swamp and mountain. Sometimes I worried that once times were peaceful, we wouldn't have anything left to talk about.
We could always gossip about Jess.
And we do. High five. Meek's son has reached an adventuring age. Your name here has joined the 3 Nerdsketeers as a hunter.
Meek's son. That could be
Lutland Buck Punch. That's a yikes name.
Exclamation join if you
Yeah.
haven't put your name in the queue
Exclamation join. Let's do it. Now we have 3 hunters? And only 1 mystic.
Yeah, this hunter is more of like a you go like secure stuff while we're off doing the cool things.
yet. Yeah, like low level.
Because we definitely don't need 3.
Should we take Jump Jaw? What's the best one? Ambush?
It doesn't matter since we're not really going to use them in
Right.
combat unless something goes
But we
terribly
might
wrong.
maybe one day.
I'll just take the passive archery ability then.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. What do we want to do for upgrades?
Well,
Noi Boy's
Noi
outfit.
Boy needs an outfit, so why don't you buy him one of them?
Should we do Swaith again?
I mean, I like it.
It's
but
so
you don't-
good.
Yeah.
So good. I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
We'll match.
Wait.
Jess, if you want to upgrade like your outfit or like one of your wands, that would probably be a good use of.
This
Some
menu is
I'm
really
sure
buggy for me.
Juice has completed a run, but Jess and I have not.
Yes, Disturbed Puppy. I have. I've done all the adventures, most of them multiple times over the course of years.
Whoa, this increases my damage.
This stream is all just the same adventure. Yeah, we're at the end of chapter 2, and it's either 3 or 5-part adventure. I think the first one might be 3. Don't
Cool.
quote me on that.
Hmm.
What are you looking at, Jess?
I'm just comparing between my two weapons.
How much does it cost to get a
Should we
better
go
bow?
for a tier 3?
I wouldn't do that. Well, so if you use those resources, then we won't be able to upgrade probably some of the other characters.
Oh, so you're the only one that gets a tier 3 weapon, huh?
Mm-hmm.
'Cause we found
Yeah, and that's how I want it to be, so I can be the best.
it.
Silent wood switch. Well, we call
Wolf
this the silent
transform.
stone switch.
Mm-mm.
This one has fire. I like it. But
Fire
it
is
uses
a
3 spell threads.
Really double-edged thing, because like it can cause havoc to the enemies, but it can also cause havoc to you.
Oh.
Tell
I'm
me
not
with
saying
the
it's bad.
sickness.
It's just you're playing with fire, like actually.
Playing with fire.
Actually,
But then Jess also has fire to interfuse with, so it
Yeah.
can be synergistic that way. Let us know when you're done, Jess.
Oh, I finished.
Oh, okay.
Except if I want to upgrade my gear, I don't know. I can't.
Okay, so yeah, you upgrade your weapon. Sounds good. Who should we upgrade next?
we got Noi. Everyone's at least tier 1 of everything.
Yeah.
So I think probably Ilana's bow.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so we could go. Berry Burster to. The fire scares me now. So you scared me now.
I'm just warning you that it can be complicated, but not necessarily bad.
They both look really cool. I think this one looks better. I'm gonna take it.
You do the fire bow?
No, the other one.
Oh.
Regular. Because if you do regular, you can just find another spirit and, we'll find one and then you can interfuse with it.
Berry Burster 3000.
Okay.
Upgraded.
It kind of looks like it's meant to burst berries.
Yeah.
I can upgrade armor for one of the warriors.
Yeah, that would be great.
Frontline juice, let's go. And do we still have room for another one? Oh, no.
Wow, now Juice gets level 2 armor and a level 3 weapon?
I think you should also get level 2
That's
armor.
great.
I can't.
Jess,
Yeah, do it.
which,
Yes.
so right now you have
Oh,
what,
I
Ember?
could do
Ember
drab.
Dawn?
You just have a regular robe and you could go. Yeah, I guess drab is your only option.
I mean, so you can use
Oh,
legacy
wait.
points, but I wouldn't use like 6. But if there's like one that's 1 or 2, like that's good.
Okay. Yeah, because we just don't have enough of the materials.
Some of them are like
Which failing?
For you right now, you're kind of just looking for like spell damage and, you know,
Yeah.
armor/warding. If you had like a specific transformation, then there's other ones that make more sense for that. But
These outfits are so cool.
Heather Drab is just armor. Like a lot, but
you get spell damage.
if I could make
One spell
Ravenwing, that would
damage.
be ideal because it's armor, warding, and spell damage, but it's super expensive.
Well, you could do the level 1 Raven Wing, and then
That's what I
get-
already have.
Oh, and it's 6 legacy points for the next one. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you just wait and do your armor next time.
Yeah, we're like on pace. We're good. Like tier 1 is fine for now, I think.
Yeah. Feel pretty good about our
Fable
setup.
Runic gives a ton of stunt chance.
Ilana, it's only -2 to upgrade to Blazewaith if you want to do that.
Okay, sure. If y'all don't mind.
I don't mind. I don't want you to die.
Slays Swaith. Perfect. Now I'm gonna
Right.
slay in it.
Of course you are. All
All
right.
right.
Good.
I feel nice and upgraded.
Let's go.
Next. Okay. Some storms batter compromise into combative neighbors. Grudges are no shelter in bitter weather. The rain had been falling for a full week, with brief interludes of tense massing clouds and dripping branches. Mountain snows melted and water roared from the heights. The seas whirled and wrung at the shores, flung waves ever further.
Who on the character? Oh, good question.
I don't
Yeah,
think
we
we've done
didn't
that one
pick
yet.
one. Rivers conquered their banks and marched wider. Valleys turned to huge brackish lakes. Lowland woods and the dams of dry times were swept away, as creatures of all shapes and kinds sought escape from churning floods. You think our Ulstrix poisoned the weather after all this time? Why? How? With what?
I'm telling you, it's... Well, who else could have done this? I can commune with water. If he can do the same, then perhaps there's... Oh, someone at the door.
The strange party of visitors begs a fire.
They look
They
suspicious.
appear to be on edge here in the common dwelling and also very soggy.
They're dressed like cultists from that one time.
Yeah, they do look like the enemies from
They kind of are.
Arnon. You say we're natural allies. Care to explain? The haggard man behind the horns, calling himself Arnon, takes a long breath, turns to address Ilana and the rest.
Ask my wife.
Hmm?
Hmm? Ask my wife. She sent me. Can you believe that? In my advanced age, I grew up here in Ursulwick, you know? It looks different.
His two underlings shift and resettle their garments as they dry out. Must be about the flooding.
Uh,
You know why the...
no, everyone knows. It's those Tentaclass, the Gorgons. They bring ruin on us all.
Which Gorgons?
They're blue.
Yeah, Shadow, the thing on her face changed sides. That checks out.
But I mean,
Because she's facing that way.
who's there?
The Gorgons are flooding the world, and they've set it in motion, and it can't be stopped. Almost.
How? None of this should be possible. I mean, the rain, the melt, the sea.
You're right. It shouldn't be. The Great Balance should be unassailable. But somehow, they've thrown it over. So the torrents fall, the seas thrash, the soil seeps black down our warrens.
It is Ulstrix. I knew it would be.
Ulstrich? No, it's the Gorgons, I'm saying. The beasts have our warren hemmed in. My wife's inside, dry and warm. You need to talk to her.
Hemmed in, but you slipped by them?
It's why it had to be me. I'm a master at looping the light. I tend to be missed.
I think we'd like to believe you, but
Is it the horns? Trust me, you don't want me to take them off.
He certainly gives us an option. A strange one, but this weather, these floods, what else can we go on?
If you want to watch the world sink beneath a rising sea, watch all land things perish, then you're exactly where you need to be. But if you see sense,
Arnon thuds a lump of soaked fabric on the table.
here's a... Oh, it's wet. I mean, it's a map. Sorry, it'll dry all crinkly. Follow the map. Come to our warren. There, learn for yourselves how you can deflect this drowning doom, and these lands all save.
The shadows deepen. All monster groups will draw an extra monster card in every battle.
Bring it on.
Bum, bum,
Thank you for the follow.
Meet Arnon at Maiden Gorge. A tile will flood in 150 days. So we're sort of on the clock for this one because we don't really want the world to flood, but
Right.
we shouldn't sweat it too much because.
So that's up there.
No, it's down.
No, it's right here. Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's a recruit opportunity.
you could get a recruit opportunity. We'd have to access it by either building a bridge or clearing Le Dire Steel Wilds. I don't know why it's French. But
Let's pick the name. Exclamation
Oh, yeah.
join if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
haven't
yeah.
yet. Put your name in the name queue for Lutland Buck Punch.
Lutland
We need to rename
Buck
them.
Punch.
what a name.
This is Meek's son.
Meek's son looks a lot like Juice, and I
Yeah.
don't want Ilana to find out. So
Ilana is very suspicious of this. Or now I am. All right, I feel like that's enough time. A lot of people are in it from earlier. We'll get a good name. Thanks for joining, George Mallory. Scan. Nice.
Chin.
I'll let you do it then, Juice, obviously.
Sure. We did it.
Yay!
Yay! Much better
Yay.
progress today than last time.
I agree.
Very happy.
And I want to thank you guys for doing most of the reading. My throat is still really scratchy.
That's okay. I understand. I definitely did not want you to overexert your voice.
You're planning to play again? Yeah, we've got scheduled for 2 weeks from today.
Is that
Yep.
when we scheduled it?
Yep.
I should be able to talk better by then.
If
Hopefully.
not, then we're in trouble.
Yeah, so that's February 17th. Is
Yeah.
our next Wildermyth.
Channel
Dang.
News on February 3rd. We're gonna have a co-op with Ilana Rama and Justice TV. Just heads up.
Yeah.
Yeah, my news also says that too. Wildermyth.
Do you have your news on the same timer?
No, MJ did exclamation news, so it played both of our newses.
Oh.
Look, I'm going to update it right now. I'm going to say part 3 for what day? February 17th?
February 17th, yep. I'm
the
excited.
14th.
I think
That's Valentine's
this is
Day.
great, and it's really been fun to play with you too, so
Yeah.
News.
definitely look forward to more.
February 17th, Wildermyth
Yeah, I don't
Co-op
really-
part 3.
I don't even want to wait that long, but you know, you'll get sick of me if we try to do it more often than that.
Yeah, I just have this problem where I'm like
Ugh, yeah. I
really
get it.
obsessive over games, and then I
Yeah.
don't want to stop playing them.
Same.
Mhm.
Oni right now.
February
Yeah.
is also packed with a lot of releases. I think Civ
Is
comes
it?
out next week.
Civ 7.
Yeah.
Oh, it does, yeah. We could
That's
talk about it
right.
later. I want to see if does anybody know if they're doing keys or streamer things?
I don't
feel
know,
like
but
they're not.
we can find out.
Yeah, I don't think they need to.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, I'm gonna be wrapping up. Are either of you gonna continue streaming?
No, I'm
Yeah.
like really low energy today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually go a little bit longer than this on Mondays, but I didn't
Same.
sleep well over the weekend and
Okay.
go into a different category for an hour. Nah.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree. I'm like, my throat hurts. I'm good to call it here.
Okay. Should
Yeah.
we find someone to raid?
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
do it.
that sounds good.
Let me just make sure I have this saved.
Yeah, definitely make sure it's safe.
We didn't die this time. Congrats.
So good.
Best ever.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today and for hanging out and watching.
Make up a raid call. A three-way
Yay.
raid call.
Yes!
Oh yeah, 3-way raid call. How
Here
do we
come
do
the
that?
nerd
We gotta
skeeter-
use
the nerd skeeters.
Nerd
we gotta use Switch
skeeters.
Global emotes.
Yeah, we do. We can dino dance.
Gotta love the nerd skeeters.
We could talk about nerd skeeters. What's our we'll just be like triple raid.
Yeah.
Nerd skeeter
Dino
triple
dance.
raid.
Like that?
I'm gonna throw nerd skeeter in there. Oh
Yeah,
my
like the nerd
gosh.
skeeters.
Sorry, Misha. My bot got mad. My bot deleted your message. Probably because mine is set to auto delete when my mods do that command. Click all the links, except I don't have Instagram anymore because they told me I wasn't allowed to have it anymore.
You're not
Or
allowed to have.
something.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I don't know. It just disappeared. It's gone now.
How does that happen?
Honestly, I think I got locked out and they thought I was suspicious, and now they won't let
Oh,
me
your
unlock
Instagram?
it. So, yeah, and I kind of don't really like social media, so I kind of just want to be like, heck it, and
Well, I
not
mean,
bother.
it's not really the worst thing. Facebook is evil.
Exactly,
Meta's evil.
exactly. I'd rather not really use them. Like,
It's
I might
like
just post stuff on Blue Sky.
People who own Meta, it's just like, you don't even want to give them money.
Yes. Where are we going?
I don't know. I was clicking through Evers online, but has been live for like 5 hours, so I don't know how much longer he'll be
Yeah,
on.
I'll probably end soon.
Dr. Mac Daddy is doing Project Zomboid. Actually, I don't know if you two know Mac.
Yeah, Dr. MacDaddy was in the Rimbled Hot Potato, right?
Yeah, we
Oh,
could
yeah.
say hi to Mac
Mhm.
Daddy.
Do you have a link? I
Yeah, I do.
thought I followed, but they're not on my list. Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't even get them to open a support ticket, Lang, so I'm kind of like, heck it. You know? I just want somewhere to show pictures to some people so I can just post them on Blue Sky.
Yeah, Blue Sky. I've been really enjoying Blue Sky.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go say hi
Do
to
we
Dr.
have
MacDaddy.
where's the raid call that you?
That right there. I'm just post it again.
Okay, cool.
Nerd Skeeters.
All right, I'm starting the raid.
Yeah, me too. All right,
Okay.
let's do it.
Me too.
Nerd Skeeter triple raid. All
When
the
are you
nerd
guys streaming
skeets.
next? I stream Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern time.
I'm starting
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Probably Oni. Tomorrow? Both of you?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so everyone follow them and hang
Yeah.
out with them tomorrow.
Here tomorrow
there.
at the same time.
And I'm gonna be doing like a sponsored stream with Playcast. So
Oh wow.
it'll be interesting and somewhat interactive. So you might want to check out. It'll be at the end of the stream.
I'm either
That
playing
sounds cool.
Project Zomboid or I'm playing Foundation. We'll see.
I might try
Nice.
Foundation tomorrow.
I'm probably playing Oni. Oni or RimWorld.
Or do you enjoy Oni? I can't tell.
I can't stop.
Are you-
I just want to play right now. I ignore my raid messages. Let's use Nerd Skeeter triple raid. Let's go say hi to Mac Daddy. They're
Yeah.
awesome.
I'll
Sounds
see you over there.
sounds awesome.
Thank you, friends. I appreciate you so
friends.
much.
You're the best.
Thanks for joining
Bye, friends.
all of us today, and thanks both of you for having me along.
Yes, thank you both. I appreciate you.
Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
And my axe.
Bye.
I can't read. I'm waving both hands. I can't press the button.
It's hard to button.
I need a third hand. Thinking very telepathically about hitting the raid button. It's the sad way to learn that you don't have telepathy. Okay. See you all tomorrow. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye.